because you're awesome. You know what I mean? It's just like, can we get a round of beers? It doesn't matter if you actually drink beer. It's just like the thought that counts. Just to be totally clear here, and sound commands are for patrons and subs only. Well, tier 2 subs and patrons only. It's how I pay bills. Beers, though, are for everyone. All right. Let's dive into Longdeath. So for those of you who don't know, I'm trying to beat the world record in Dwarf Fortress for the longest fortress. I'm bringing bacon home? Well, we got both of those.
Cheese for everyone!
Bacon sizzling and 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 bacon sizzling. Anyway, year 241 of the absolute realm, meaning this fortress is 236 years old. Meaning we've run this fortress for 236 years. Approximately like 600-ish hours have been spent on this fortress. And this is the 207th? Yes, no, 107th time I've streamed this fortress. I've been playing this fortress for almost getting close to a year. 9 months, give or take. Any attacks rebuffed? Oh, like on the fortress? Not in over 100 years. Are you still alive? No, unfortunately. You finally passed away, if I'm not mistaken, Dreadbeck. You did have a lover for a bit there. You had a dwarf. I'm not sure if you still do. The dwarves that are currently living are Darren, aka the Squid, Taurus, Vimamel, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, Vinsati II, Goffer II, Daturo, Defcom, Formal, Trees, Tiny Goliath. Trees is a sage? Huh. That's interesting. Tiny Goliath, Ryan II, Ghost, Kade, the King, Cooler, Murchimel, Critty, Nobody Important, H2O, Simplex, Infinity Simplex, who, by the way, is married and doing very, very well. Belug II, Quiveneer, Black Hole, Abe Exendi, Stone, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Clay, Peter II, Candle Pixie, Axon II, Blue Water, Jack Nurick, Big Number, who script the count today. Tick, tisk, tisk. Chica Nobrica, LaFonda, Seeker, and Crow. You never seen that before? So, scholars who get really, really, really knowledgeable about certain subjects gain points towards certain types of scholarly learnings. So I don't exactly know what gives them sage. This particular dwarf is a grandmaster kicker. But as they learn certain skills and certain teachings, they gain different titles. So this is a dabbling astronomer, a dabbling mathematician, a dabbling logician, a dabbling critical thinker. Thinker. Wow. I can't get words today. What are you good at? You have legendary concentration and legendary student. A dabbling fluid engineer, master surgeon, dabbling building designer. Never had a legendary building designer. That'd be interesting. I'm not entirely certain. Was a master biter, but is rusty at it. How do you get rusty at biting? But yeah, this is Longdeath, a fortress that I've kept alive for way too goddamn long. I've got a few dwarves that are kind of depressed, which I need to deal with today. Your teeth rust? No, they were really skilled at biting, and they didn't bite for a really long time and got rusty. So they need to practice biting again to get better at biting again. Biting is a combat skill. So rusty at biting would be they were really good at biting somebody at one point, but they obviously haven't been practicing their biting, so they've gotten rusty once again. This dwarf is currently picking up equipment to go back to training because I just turned the military on. We're in mid-spring. So we've already had paperwork stone, if you're hanging out. I saw you in here earlier. But yeah, time wasted on Dwarf Fortress. Time isn't wasted if it's well spent and you enjoyed it. Also, Dwarf Fortress has no online functionality, so they wouldn't know anyway. Juice cleanse? What? Yeah, no paperwork until fall. No paperwork until fall. But we have 32 dwarves in the fortress right now, including merchants 37. And we got lots of work that we need to do today. The elves are just leaving. Goodbye, elven friends, with your giant water buffaloes carrying all of your wares and goods. When it comes, it'll be the council. We'll see. I don't know. The council's had some pretty small shipments recently. Cooler's still very depressed. She's been causing us problems. Don't get on your bad side. Well, I mean, we'll put you back in prison if we have to get on your bad side, which we've done many times in the past, and we will do again. Currently in the tasks, I need to assemble some ballista arrows. Where's my manager at? Manager's in the military. Got to turn off the... I thought I removed you from this squad, manager. Thought I did. I guess not. You know what? I'm going to move the managing tasks from you over to Crow. Let Crow go do it. What does the mayor want? Because the king really wants stuff and the mayor really wants stuff. I need 3 rock crowns for the mayor, as well as 3 ballista arrows for the king. I've actually got another depressed dwarf. Who's the depressed one? Okay, yeah, that's... You go back to training. Because you're the one who I really need training. Yeah, it's been kind of tricky managing the depression in the dwarves recently. Because I've got a couple dwarves that have just been problem dwarves for a while. So we're trying to sort that out. And I really need those... siege equipments to get done. Although maybe, just maybe, I need arrowheads. Maybe, just maybe I need arrowheads. But yeah, today's stream is going to be a little bit short because I have some adult stuff that I got to do this afternoon. So I will be probably dropping off at about 3 p.m. I normally go until like 8. So it's going to be kind of a short stream today. But it's with a good reason. I have an appointment to hopefully get my second shot done today. So meaning tomorrow will be probably cranky, feel like shit stream. But that's okay. So time? What command are you looking for? Uptime? Downtime? Buy time? My time? Your time? Local time? I've been streaming for an hour and 43 minutes, and it's 10:43 in the morning. Back to work. You'll be back shortly. All right. Have a good time at work. Don't work too hard. When is it 3 p.m.? It is currently 10:43 a.m. Pacific time. So I will be streaming until about 3:15 p.m. So it'll be probably around a 6.5 hour stream today. It'll be pretty short, all things considered. But it's okay because we'll make up for it tomorrow and the day after, because day after tomorrow is my birthday, and day after tomorrow we're going to be doing it's the day after tomorrow is my birthday, and I'm going to be doing a little charity stream for Doctors Without Borders, and my incentives are stupid tile sets for milestones worth of money. So we're gonna start with this tile set, go to vanilla, and then I have some really, really, really bad tile sets, including a a homemade Shrek tile set where everything is Shrek, a tile set where everything is Nicolas Cage, and a tile set made up of mostly my emotes. And I also have the Matrix tile set installed, and another. It'll be a good time. It'll be a good time. Be a good time. You'll set a notification. What, for when I'm ending Lake Bear? I mean, you can if you want, I guess. Well, thank you for the good wishes. Cheers. It's like I too will be working. I will just simply be working from here like I am right now. Because I'm working right now. Fun jobs, you know? Alright, there we go. Let's hopefully get this done before the king has a panic attack and puts us in prison. Otherwise, we are going to prison, which we might be. Who's going to prison, if that's the case? There we go. Crow's going to prison. Well. Alright. I didn't get those arrows done in time. My bad. I kind of screwed that up last stream, unknowingly. The captain of the guard's going to put a dwarf into prison for 60 days. 57 days, technically. This poor dwarf, I hope that you do okay in prison, Crow, because that's a long time in prison. Fortunately, the prison cells are nicer in this fortress than actually just, like, living, so. Topic of prison, I've been watching one of Netflix's series on drug lords, and some of the things that some of the Mexican drug cartels have done to get out of prison is absolutely fascinating. It's like BRB, you know, just gonna dig a tunnel under the prison and up through the toilet with a motorcycle in it and everything. There you go, going off to prison. That poor dwarf. That poor dwarf. That's fine. Hopefully, as long as they don't feel anger and they just feel repentant, we're good. I love work. I could practically spend the whole day watching people work. Here's the thing, right? I genuinely love working. Without working, I would go completely insane. Guilty. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Hang in there, Crow. Hang in there. Yeah, I'm not like that at all. I enjoy being busy. I enjoy having stuff to do. I enjoy having tasks and checklists and stuff. Even to a point where it starts to negatively affect me. I go out of my way to be busy like that. Without that kind of busyness, I go a little insane. And people who are like that person that you are describing in the comment, I genuinely find to be really difficult to be around. Because all they really do is drag feet and cause problems for everybody else. And it's really frustrating. It's really, really frustrating. Because there's a lot of people that just directly make the lives of people like myself harder. I don't like this joke at all, just to be completely clear here. I don't think any of this is funny. Inspiring, interesting, or amusing. I think it's just kind of depressing. So thank you for sharing. I'm not a fan. This dwarf's getting a shower. I wonder what kind of soap that is. I made a ton of soap. Pig soap. Soap made from pig lard. We gotta clean all of this vomit up. What I think I might do... I need to just remove... If it's not a joke, then why are you sharing? Because it's not funny. It's literally the reason why I decided a number of years ago I was never going to work for anybody anymore, and I was only going to work for myself, because I can't tolerate people like that. And I've worked with people like that in the past. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's amusing. I don't think it's clever. I don't think it's cool. It's just, let's make the lives of other people more difficult and enjoy it. No, fuck that. Screw that shit. Screw that mindset. Screw everything about it. Screw that joke. Not a fan. People like that can go away. And cease causing hardworking individuals to have a harder time at life. So yeah, that is one of the most distressing things I've heard in a while. Forging ballista arrowheads. Let's stop making the charcoal. All right. Yep. If there's nothing for you to work on with other people, it's best to go work on yourself. It's the best thing that you can do. With free time when you're done working, you go work on yourself and making yourself better. Like yesterday was my day off. I spent most of the day doing other things, working. The best thing that you can do in life is learn to enjoy active work and learn to enjoy either improving yourself or those around you, or improving the life of that you live or the life of others around you. And if all you want to do is watch other people work, yeah, you can just vault yourself off of this goddamn planet. Go somewhere else. Because people like that are nothing but a burden to society. And as a burden to society, I'm an expert. No, it's fine. Here's the thing, right? I think that discussions are interesting. But what I don't like is when somebody points out something negative or something that is an active negative to society or the people around you, and then says it like it's a positive thing. And the way you worded it the way you worded that was an overwhelmingly you took a negative thing and worded it like it was a positive thing, right? I think you're trying to make a point, which is fair, and I'm simply taking that point and bouncing off of it. Are you being the spot of unpleasantness? No. You're fine. Aqua, how you been? It's good to see you. You joined on the right time based on this conversation? I mean, there's never a bad time for you to join Aqua. And Frog for Hire, it's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Actually, Frog for Hire, I don't think I've ever actually asked you this. What the heck does a frog do when you're hired? What does one hire a frog for? I need you to jump over this ledge. I need you to eat this fly. What does somebody hire a frog for? Eat flies. Yeah, just like an active fly trap. But then you could be like Venus flytrap for hire. I almost bought a Venus flytrap, but I don't have enough sun in my apartment. Frogging, you'd assume? Frogging Molly? The Ribbit-based Flogging Molly cover band? Frog for hire to be your best friend. Fair. Frogs are great at doing fractions. Well, I mean, Frog Fractions is absolutely the premier educational fractions learning game that every child should play. Every parent should let their child and give their child a copy of Frog Fractions at a very young age to both learn everything that there is about video game, but also learn the correct fractions. Absolutely. And then, you know, once you've played Frog Fractions, then you have to download the Frog Fractions Iconic Cap DLC and then play it again a second time, of course. Just because. How in the world could you properly enjoy Frog Fractions without the beautiful Iconic Cap? Venus flytraps are not as cool as Mars flytraps, though. GOG sales, you can't tell what you want? I don't know what's on sale. Is Bridge Constructor good? Do you like constructing bridges? Because they are good bridge constructing games. Polybridge is better though. If you can get Polybridge, just play Polybridge. If you, or rather, if you haven't played Polybridge, play Polybridge. Once you've played Polybridge, if you want more Polybridge, then play Bridge Constructor. Polybridge is better than Bridge Constructor though. Pumpkin Jack. Pumpkin Jack bothers me because that game does look fun, but it has the default Unity jump animation. The kind of like arms up with like the weird like almost ballerina pose in midair is a default Unity animation that is built into Unity, and every time I see it, it like hurts my brain a little bit. So I don't think I could actually play that. Don't remember which ones you found them engrossing. You know exactly the jump animation I'm talking about. It's that same animation that every single like, God, this is gonna sound really bad, but like cheap Unity 3D platformer uses. It's the exact same. It's the arms up in the air, one leg up higher than the other one, the right leg dangling. The whoop that every single Unity 3D platformer uses. Although I have heard Pumpkin Jack is very, very, very good though. So I personally couldn't play it just because of that jump animation. It would drive me nuts. Oh no. Oh no. We might be losing Crow here. The pseudo yoga icon? Yeah, it's kind of like midair yoga. You know, it's like midair yoga. Any tips for Caves of Cud? You finally got it and you've been playing Truekin. Don't play Truekin. Play a mutant. Take horns, double muscled, multiple legs, and run away from everything. Make your dude put a lot of points in toughness and strength, headbutt nerds, and get a big axe. Grab, dismember, and charge, and just smack people. Don't worry about playing. You kind of want a little bit of yeah. Don't play an Esper and don't play Truekin. Just play a Marauder, or like a Watervine Farmer, mutant, and be a big brawly bruiser with horns and just bash people. And take as much toughness as you can get. And if you see monkeys at level 1, run away. Unless if you bring furs, then the monkeys won't hurt you. Looked like fun, probably on the list. If you want a good 3D platformer, play Hat in Time if you haven't, because that's a good 3D platformer, like a really good 3D platformer. And I may be a slice of pie. What up? And Navy Vet, it's good to see you. I'm sorry. What sounds like a night with the wife? the jumping animation or the horns? Also, Caves of Cud is not a game. Is a game that you shouldn't feel bad about opening the wiki and just looking at the wiki, because like, just look at the wiki. it's one of those games where it's like I'm normally the don't look at the wiki, like go in blind kind of person, but look at the goddamn wiki. Just especially if you read a thing and you're like, Nami? Read the wiki. It's very helpful. Very, very, very helpful. Because that game operates under its own weird terminology and language, and it makes no goddamn sense.
Nani?
Exactly. So instead of sitting there in a bubble of confusion, just play it. Is Twitch doing anything for Pride Month this year? Or did I, like, miss a memo? No, I don't think so. Not that I'm seeing, anyway. Weird. Child of Hearth is the way, made swinging grenade, lobbing, big. Child of Hearth all the way, made swinging grenade, lobbing, big man. Mutants are fun, though. I just hate Truekins so much. They're so goddamn boring. So goddamn boring. So goddamn boring. But that's why Caves of Cud is fun. Everybody wants to play it differently. I just can't stand Trukin. Squishy espers all the way. Get going, and then you just, like, shoot laser beams out of your eyes and set things on fire and hunker down and self-destruct. It's so much fun. Clone yourself and then clone your clone and then just go full Naruto and just have, like, 50 clones chasing you. I don't know. Last year for Pride Month, I changed my lasers over to the rainbow lasers, and then people wanted me to just leave it rainbows, so we left the rainbow laser as a rainbow laser instead of just a red laser. But now it just looks kind of weird. I don't know. God, up until a certain massive YouTuber made a video about Caves of Cud, nobody called it COQ. Everybody called it Cud. Everybody just called it CUD. It was Cud forever. And then that certain massive YouTuber made a video where he called it cock, and now everybody calls it cock. Can we just go back to calling it Cud? I hate reading it as cock. It's like, come on. Come on. You just saw someone say cock, and you said, oh, I guess that makes sense. Certain massive YouTuber who I hate, who I try not to use the name of. It's great if you like cock, but please call Caves of Cud Cud. You do what you do what you want to do. Because nobody knows what corruption of champions is. Especially considering that certain massive YouTuber is kind of a terrible person who makes a lot of really shitty jokes at a lot of minorities' expenses, which makes him not a good person. So let's call it Cud. Caves of Cud is indeed on GOG. So is Jupiter Hell. Although I don't know if it's on sale on GOG. Probably not. It's one of the difficulties with naming games. You have trouble. Well, I mean, I think it should be a law. You should not be allowed to name a video game something that shortens down to PoE. Because we have PoE, PoE2, PoE, and PoE2, and Power over Ethernet. So, you know. Cursed Metal, I hope you're doing well. You started playing Alpha Centauri. Ooh. Actually, you know what's a really good game on good old games? SimCity 3000. That's a real good game. Especially with mods, you get that widescreen and those 4K textures. Mwah. So good. So good. It's wonderful. It's better on Steam. Any opinion on where to buy CUD? Well, Steam comes with Workshop. So... Why do you need to install another shitty installer to run a game that doesn't need an installer because it's completely DRM free? What? You can buy, you know you can buy games on good old games, install the DRM free version, and then load it into your Steam library, right? You know you can do that? Or, you know, you can have the, if you really want the good old games launcher downloaded, you can have that downloaded, and you can run it through the good old games launcher, and still launch it through Steam. You can put okay, so let me teach you about a thing that will make your life wonderful. If you're one of those addicts who loves using Steam for literally everything, go to games, go to add a non-Steam game to library. Click that button. You can add Epic Game Store games. You can add itch.io games. You can add DRM free games. You could add a game that you have the disc for that you installed from 1992 that runs through an emulator. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You can load fucking Dolphin games into that through that. Like, you can do whatever. Another thing that you can do, which is even better than that, is GOG Galaxy automatically does that for you. So you don't even, like, if you just use GOG Galaxy, you literally just click import games and it will just run through your computer, figure out what's a video game, and put it in there. Although it thinks that Adobe Premiere Pro is a video game, which I think is kind of funny. Or at least it did for me, so I deleted it because that's not a video game. But will it handle auto updates? Yeah. If you install Caves of Cud through GOG Galaxy, it will automatically update. And if you install Caves of Cud through GOG Galaxy, you can still add it to your non-Steam games list through Steam and launch it through Steam, if you insist on that. We might lose a dwarf here, because Crow is super goddamn depressed. Or or you could just have a zillion game icons on your desktop, yeah. I mean, it's a good old game, you know what I mean? The good old game called Work Never Ends. Or, you know, you could just play Snout, which is the game that I was playing yesterday, which is totally free. And beat my score of 94. Maybe GOG is making a statement about, I mean, GOG makes a lot of statements, some of them problematic, but that's okay. Their PR team sometimes does a really good job of doing the good old-fashioned foot in mouth. But desktop screenshot, is this going to give me anxiety? Yup. I'm going to judge your desktop. First off, okay. Tome, good. Stay safe, good. Well, Cogmind, good. Golden Crown Hotel, good. Crypto the Necrodancer, Caves of Cut, good. Rogue Empire, good. Jupiter Hell, good. You Adom, I'm sorry. Rift Wizard, good. Unreal World, good. Angband, nice. CDDA, blech. DCSS, good stuff. Other roguelikes, I want to know what's in there. ONI, Episode of the Dead. Ping check, okay, fair enough. Xenoverse, fair enough. Warframe, fair enough. XCOM 2, fair enough. Valheim, come on. And I have a complaint about this. You should change the icon for League of Legends to trash bin. Like, you don't have to put it in the trash bin, just change the icon to the recycling bin. Epic Games Launcher, okay. PoE, Awakened Path, I don't know what that is. Doom, okay. Portray, I'm going to stop judging your desktop now. Ski free is better than snow. I mean, you make a valid point, which I can't disagree with. Or is it auto load on startup? I mean, you know. In others, do you have Angband, DCSS, Demon, DF, Infra Arcana, Zorbus? I have Infra Arcana, Syl, Powder, a subfolder for all of the Chaos Forge games. So Berserk RL, Doom RL, and Aliens RL. But almost nothing is on my desktop. Very few things are actually on my desktop. I have like 5 folders on my desktop. And they're all very important. Oh, I also have Ultima Ratio Regum, or Ultima Ratio, which is hard to say. Ragum. Also, where's the cookie clicker shortcut? That's a very important shortcut. Also, to be totally clear, Link, you play turnips mostly? You don't play unlimited paper clips? Come on. I haven't played a clicker in a really long time. Jokes aside, like, it's been a while since I played a clicker. The last clicker I played was Adventure Capitalist, I think. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I installed Powder like 2 years ago and haven't launched it in about a year, so. Oh, really? That was your first clicker? I mean, we all remember our first, right? Although I still state that the best clicker for me personally is Space Plan, because it has an ending. Like, every now and again I'll have like that itch, and I'll be like, I need to play a clicker. And so I'll play through Space Plan, because I can play from beginning to end in Space Plan and finish the game, get everything I need to out of Space Plan, feel good about it, and then move on, instead of like playing thousands of hours of a single clicker. You know what I mean? It's just so much better for everything. All right, so I'm going to remove all of this dwarves jobs and give you one job. Cleaning. I need a few of these. Because all you're doing is socializing, but I just need cleaners. Fun incoming? Have fun dying. Remember, you can coat your weapons with potions. I have to discover how to use potions first. You drink them, and sometimes you die. Sometimes you don't. It's always fun, though. Chad, I've got a question. To those of you out there who play traditional roguelikes, what was your first roguelike? And how did you get introduced to it? Not who introduced you to it, but how did you get introduced to it? It's something that I find very, very, very curious. Because for me, like, my first roguelike technically was a... okay, so you should be getting let out of prison. My first roguelike technically was on Mac 2. NetHack Ahoy magazine. Whoa. Whoa. Cud and me. That's interesting. You don't remember how you found it? So I guess it would have been after 2012 then, because that was around when Tome transferred over to Tashmal. You know. Also, chat, I have to sell out slightly because I'm a streamer. So I just would like to remind everybody, we've passed Monday. We're also into a new month. And so that means all the leaderboards are open. Just 1 penny in bits. If you happen to have a bit on your account, goes a long way and starts up that leaderboard. And get to that #1 slot. You want to say Brogue and me? Really? Brogue is like such a good starting spot for so many people. It's so goddamn good. It's so goddamn good. That's the kind of game smart people play. That's how I feel about, like, Aurora 4X. It's like, this is a game for smarter people than me. I think Golden Wombat? I have no idea what Golden Wombat is. Like, no idea. The only way to play the first roguelike that I played for me now is on the Internet Archive. Castle of the Winds. I also haven't played that. Interesting. I'm hearing about games I've never heard of before. Someone better let this dwarf out. Goffer, I'm going to remove hauling from your tasks. Because I need you to let that dwarf out. Never mind, I'm going to swap out a different dwarf into broking. Simplex, you can be my broker right quick. Go trade. Because I need to trade with these humans. Otherwise we're going to miss trading this year. Oh, we're not going to make it. You are too far away. Well, maybe we will. Maybe we will. Game's a little laggy because of all the humans on the map. We should trade with at least one of them. I've been too distracted with all of these super engaging conversations we've been having. Come on, Dwarf, you get down there. Get down there. Get down there. Run. There we go. We made it. We played a lot back in the early 90s, but that was while there weren't that many RLs. Yeah. I don't know. I guess one of the reasons whenever I have conversations like this or ask you guys about stuff like this, I always kind of wish that I was born earlier. Like, I feel like I was born like 8 years late for like where my taste in games is and like where my head is when it comes to video games. It's like I always feel like I was born late. Died to a centaur, and so that's, I mean, there's less cool things that you could die to. At least you died to a centaur and not like a kobold or a, I don't know, a trapped door. I think the first thing I died to in Adom was an exploding door. Yeah. I just like, I killed the first few mobs in the first room. I was like, oh, okay. I opened a door and the door blew up and I hadn't waited to heal and I died. Castle of something. Castle of something. You just remember gelatinous cubes? Gelatinous cubes are like one of my least favorite enemies in any roguelike, just period. I don't know about the irritable bowel syndrome, but it was definitely an exploding door. Like, it was a rigged door that exploded when I opened it. It exploded and I died. The real death sentence was eating something poisonous and it was lowered in the strength by 4 points. It was definitely an exploding door, not a mimic. But how's your dwarf doing? Still growing up? 12 years old? You'll become useful today. That's how your dwarf is doing. You're wearing some old clothing and you're a little irritated by this, but that's okay. You're growing up. You're growing up. Turning 12. Do you have any skills yet? You're not legendary. You dream of creating a great work of art. Seems to just be dabbling. Yeah. Just dabbling. It was Castle of the Winds? Okay, well, there you go. How's your dwarf doing, Corvius? Vim!
Peace and prosperity for all.
Thanks for the 4 months. Cheers. I had to change the voice because the old one was borked. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 4 months. Corvius! He is delighted when being near a waterfall. You are 53 years old, and you've created a masterwork. You're a nervous wreck, and you're always obsessed with order and structure in life. You never feel towards hatred towards anyone or anything, and you are utterly languid pace of living, of easy living, calm and slow, and is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Seems like a pretty good dwarf, aside from the nervous wreck bit. How is Stone? Pretty similar to the way she's been in the past. Pretty up and down. She really likes her bedroom. Euphoric due to inebriation. Can't find your beer. Oh no! Quick chat, we need more beer for Frog for Hire. 62 years old is Stone. Born in 179. God, nose is broad. Sees tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Sees family as one of the most important things in life. Believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have it peace at all costs. Believes that little is better in life than a good party. And has the highest regard for loyalty. A little bit about Stone. Yeah, there's your beer. Yeah, there you go. It's right there. Right there. See, it's right there. But thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back, Vim. It's good to have you around. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for watching. Thanks for subbing and keeping the channel funded. H2O, thank you very much for chucking a sub at Frog for Hire. Now you have beer, Frog, and ad-free viewing. Cheers, H2O, for the first gift sub of the week. Goes a long way. We're gonna have to slaughter a lot of unicorns today. Says casually. And welcome back for a 3rd month, Frog. Desk was a little bit high up. There we go. My desk was like that much too high, and I'm like, man, my shoulders are uncomfortable. Why is that? And I just pushed the button and fixed it. King wants 3 more ballista arrows. All right, I need to swap Crow out. Let's just give it to Simplex. We can pretty quickly get these done, I think. I'm deleting or taking out bits and pieces of the roofing up here so that we can have like skylights. There you go. You found your beer. Whole 6-pack. Also, Critty, it's good to see you. Speaking of dwarves, Critty. Your dwarf is delighted after remembering putting on a truly splendid item. 123 years old, born on the 8th of Malachite. And your wife Cooler is still having a hard time. You should do a better job comforting her. She's she's still in the she's been in a depressive state for a very long time and seems to be in a continued depressive state. What? What's her problem? Are you the problem? Let's just do that so that nobody else gets put in prison. This dwarf is worrying me, though, Crow. Crow took a prison sentence from the king, and it's a lot of cause for concern. I'm going to remove Crow from all the extra jobs and just let Crow do enjoyable things. The depression, yeah. Well, unfortunately, dwarven cures for depression are the equivalent of, oh, you're depressed? Let me just tap you in the head with a hammer and see if it helps. You know what I'm saying? This is like, oh, you're depressed? Oh, you're in a bad headspace? Okay, well, beat him. I'm just gonna go open up the window a little bit more because the death rays have stopped coming in through the window. I mean, dwarven mental health care is a very, very, very good example on how not to do mental health care. Certainly not Dwarf Fortress's strongest thing. Although, I will say, considering she's been beaten like a dozen times as missing most of her teeth, she's doing okay. She's doing okay. She's not dead. Dying in the dwarven healthcare system is very common, so the fact that she's still alive is rather impressive, I should say. It's rather impressive. How is Vim? Well, Vim is blissful after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace, was annoyed when caught in the rain. daughter of Bastet and Hazard Jeff, of course. 49 years old and still single. Has many friends. Still single though. Her parents are dead. Most of her siblings are dead. Belug, Trees, and Taurus are all still alive. Defcom's still alive. Actually, Taurus, who's your older sister, is the lover of our king. Meaning, in theory, you could get married into royalty. In theory. Yes, wherever is available. Whatever is available. On both counts. Is Dwarf in my game, and also is text editor. Uh-oh. To which part? I mean, there's many things we should be concerned about with this fortress. So uh-oh is a very valid thing to say. Frankly. Speaking of uh-oh, Volcano's not that exciting today. Although it kind of has like got this really neat like rounded shape to it ever since the lava stopped. It was kind of it kind of looked like a portal to hell last night, which was fun. Because last night I snapped a screenshot and stuck it up on my Discord, but that was it last night. It had like this real good like portal to hell vibes. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at that shit. It looks like this big Crow slipped into depression. It's like this big like opening into hell. It looked kind of badass. I loved it. It was really cool last night. Today it's this is kind of a smoky rock. Can't always be really going. I mean, like, but like, what if it was? What, the volcano or the fortress? The volcano, I have no idea. Although I've just been watching the live streams, waiting for lava to shoot everywhere, and not really actually paying any attention to the science of it. So maybe I'm not the best person to ask. Someone around here might know. There was like an 800-meter lava fountain at one point. You think would be bad for Iceland? I mean, it would eventually become Moltenland instead of Iceland. I can hope, right? I can hope. But, you know, if it became Melted Land, then we'd have to rename it Greenland. Yeah, Iceland literally is like several volcanoes. Like, it's just a giant volcanic island, so they kind of have the infrastructure to deal with it. There's a lot of really good footage of, like, kids with drones just, like, flying it over the volcano. You're sure they're used to it? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean... That volcano's been a bit abnormal, but like it's still not too far out of the realm of normal for them. What commander are you in? Why aren't you training? Okay, well, you should be training. The other squad shouldn't be, but you should be. You actually were in a town that got covered in lava 10 years earlier. That's... doesn't seem great for the town. Yes, anybody can pronounce it very easily. I have no idea. Frogfire. Also, a lot of volcanoes have drones crashing into the volcano. A lot of videos of drones crashing into that volcano. Yes, I haven't seen any of those. But there is a video on YouTube that I really like, which is somebody who's filming lava flows with a GoPro, and then the lava just flows over the GoPro. It's like, but dude, how'd you get that SD card out of there? You know what I'm saying? The GoPro was actually fine, but the case was very melted. Ah, come on. Have I, like, literally lost 2 dwarves in the last 10 minutes? That's fucking frustrating. Hang in there, Crow. Just gonna make a bunch of new clothing. I don't need a full reset, but... just give everybody a couple new pieces of clothing and that'll help. That was 2. I mean, more people die in car accidents than in volcanoes, so cars are more dangerous than volcanoes. Fact. But then again, there's a lot of things where people are like, that is really scary, and it's like, well, is it though? Abe, I just need you to get down there and start training. Come on. Let's see if military training helps you. Crow. At the very least, standing in the waterfall will. I like how you had to just, like, write down all of those really long, whatever the heck names. It's just like when Bellinaire is just like, here, I'm going to say one word in Finnish, and he just, like, rattles on for, like, 3 minutes, and I'm just like, sorry, can you repeat that? Oh, you copy and pasted them. You don't have those. Are you sure you didn't do those from memory? Come on. Quevinair has grown up. Would you look at that? Frustrated after being unable to pray for too long. Didn't feel anything after being away from friends for too long. Was frustrated after lack of introspection for too long. Was frustrated after being unable to acquire anything. Well, we can fix all of those things. Likes trifle pewter, and it personally values loyalty, dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. In a constant state of eternal rage, and always acts with mercy and compassion. All right, Dwarf. Quevinair, you really, well, you've been doing tasks for a little bit, but I think we need to get you into clothes making, which you already are on. Ah, excuse me, sorry. Sometimes I don't have time to hit the button. Even Icelanders call it the Big E. Really? Isn't Big E a rapper? Pretty sure Big E is a rapper. We got tons of clothing we can make. We'll power through these really quick. Hopefully this dwarf gets to go. No, not you. Where did you actually go? I lost you. This is helping. Already gets one happy thought. Just don't start tantruming whatever you do, Dwarf. Do not start tantruming. One of the side vents a few years ago. I would love to visit Iceland. Just as a vacation. Don't want to live there or anything. It would be kind of unrealistic for me to move there or attempt to live there, but it would be really cool to visit. Let's slaughter some unicorns. Got too many unicorns. At least our unicorn breeding program has been very successful, one could say. Good hiking? I believe it. I believe it. I mean, I'm not even going to try and pronounce any of that, Corvius. Big E Smalls? No, I'm thinking of Big E. Just literally B-I-G capital E, who is a rapper. Big E Smalls is a different rapper, but there was a rapper named Big E. Had like a single hit that I remember hearing a couple of times, and that was basically it. Look at that clothing industry. So successful. Making high quality cloth, making thread, getting all that stuff dyed. Although apparently I don't actually have that much dye, so. Only a wrestler and a basketball player and an ice hockey player? I mean, I'm not going to necessarily state that you're wrong, but I do know that there was a rapper named Big E. Perhaps it was a nickname, but it wasn't Big E Smalls, because I know who Big E Smalls is. A friend of mine used to really like Big E Smalls. Called E-Double? Not Easy E? No, not Easy E. Definitely not Easy E. But here's the thing, right? Like, rap is also one of those genres. Like, the only time I remember hearing Big E was on a burned CD that a friend of mine made. And, like, MP3 files that were shared through LimeWire. So, no idea if the guy ever had any kind of mainstream popularity. But, it was a white dude. Very overweight white dude. I remember that much. I don't know. This was, like, 2008. So. Might have been one of those, like, local weirdos. Although the only local band that I know of that actually gained any recognition outside of fucking Nickelback, and Mariana's Trench, I guess. Well, actually, Carly Rae Jepsen's technically a local musician for me. He's been superseded by the wrestler? Definitely, yes. Most definitely. But the only band that I really like, who I would consider to be a local band that got any sort of recognition, was Ninja Spy. Maybe that was him. What year did he pass away? Died in 2011. Well, there you go. There you go. For whatever it's worth. I'm not into rap, really. I don't really listen to a lot of it. I just had a few friends who did. It's a weird tangent to be on. Also, really fucking good deal for Civilization on Humble Choice this month. Just saying. If you sub to Humble Choice for 1 month, you get everything Civ, basically, for the newest one. So if you somehow don't own all of Civ already, you could very easily get that for a very, very, very good price. All right, humans coming down. The mystery has been solved indeed. It's that time of year, Stone. Heads up. COD. Clicklopia. Clicklopa? Clopa? I don't know how you say that. The group is soaring. Brought us 5 alpaca cheese, 1 large pineapple opal, 5 prepared opossum intestines. I don't see opossum intestines very often, I don't think. Although Stone may have a better... You've got death grips and cake? Man, I wish I had death grips and cake. I mean, the Greater Vancouver area has tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of great local music, but like in a world where the biggest group from the Greater Vancouver areas is Carly Rae Jepsen and Nickelback, like I feel like I just need to say I'm sorry. You know what I mean? It's like fucking Nickelback is from Richmond, BC, and Carly Rae Jepsen went to high school with a friend of mine. So, although Carly Rae Jepsen, she's pretty chill. Like, no complaints on that one. Her music's fine. So here's my number. Call me maybe. And I'm a zombie, and you look tasty. You know, it's fine. You could do worse than Carly. You know what I mean? Like, as far as pop music goes, you could definitely do worse. Like, it could be Justin Bieber. I mean, that's, in my opinion, the only reason that song was such a hit was because of how parodyable it is. It's such an easily parodied song. This dwarf is dying of depression right now. I've had a drink. I am content. At least you had a drink. Yes, Bieber is Canadian. Although I think he lives in Hollywood now. I don't know if he's technically an American citizen, but he was born in Canada. But he's not from my province. He's from the other end of Canada. So I don't have to take responsibility for his existence. Or his shitty tattoos. And his drummer and telling him I'm to call. Wait, what do you mean? I don't get it, Stone. Scroll. But I don't know. Here's the thing, right? Canada had, like, yes, we do. I do realize that Nickelback and Justin Bieber both came from Canada. But we do also have a lot of really good artists. You know, like I think we are definitely top heavy on the good musicians coming from Canada versus bad musicians coming from Canada. It's a gemstone, pineapple opal. An opal is a type of gemstone. Pineapple is the color. Pineapple opal. Very spiky. Nickelback isn't that terrible. You watch your mouth. I mean, they're fine. They're just really fucking boring. And look at this photograph. The thing about Nickelback is, like, They're... I'm gonna potentially piss some classic rock fans off real hard in a second here, so please brace your earballs. Nickelback is just Guns N' Roses with tact. They write the same songs over and over and over again, and they have no talent. But they don't do dumb shit to make everybody hate them. They're just polite Guns N' Roses. That's all they are. It's like if Guns N' Roses put out like a dozen albums, they'd be in the same position as Nickelback. Because like, yeah, Sweet Child of Mine is great, right? But Gotta Be Somebody's a pretty good song. Like, I don't like Nickelback. And I won't really go out of my way to listen to Nickelback. But like, Gotta Be Somebody's okay. It's not a bad song. It's just boring. Is it huge? Are they making up for the other ones that were smaller? I have a feeling that getting this dwarf into the military is going to help. She is interested after learning about Spear. So hopefully neither of those dwarves tantrum. They're both fucking live wires. It's okay to enjoy formulaic output if it meets your expectations. Sure, absolutely. But it's also okay to enjoy bad movies, right? I enjoy bad movies. Some people enjoy bad music. Some people like music as noise, right? Like they just want sounds. They don't really care what it is. They just want sounds. And if that's what you want from your music, then by all means, more power to you. I like a little bit more intrigue from my music, you know? Ask me again in half an hour. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Stone's picked up a part-time job in the... hanging out here and doing all of the writings. I like that most of my clothing is now colored with red root dye because I realized I had a bajillion red root dye. I mean, I've seen every single Resident Evil movie, so you could say that, yes, I enjoy bad movies. Well, actually, that's not true. I haven't seen the Resident Evil movies that are animated. So this dwarf that was put in prison at the very beginning of the stream feels exhilarated after a sparring session, relieved being near a waterfall, blissful after sleeping in a fantastic bedroom, and satisfied after teaching biting. I have a feeling that this dwarf is going to recover, assuming they don't tantrum. If they tantrum, this dwarf is completely fucked. If they don't tantrum and they just keep training and they just keep working out on this table and playing in the waterfall, this dwarf will be okay. It's just a matter of making it that far. The dwarves have arrived to trade. I mean, that's why different genres exist, right, Frog? Not familiar, Frog for Hire. At least not immediately familiar. That's a big caravan. Okay. No! Maybe Xendi is throwing a tantrum. Someone's gonna die here. Beats the shit out of Crow. No one is dead yet. Fight's still going on. Blood just flew everywhere. Teeth flew everywhere. It's like a three-way fight now. Clothing just flew everywhere. Nobody's dead yet. This is really bad. Please stop tantruming. Yep, there we go. Crow's dead. And Candle Pixie's been saved, I think. And the tantrum is over. And I think Abe's probably going to go to prison for a long time. Damn it. At least they're fighting by a waterfall. Candle Pixie's dead, so that's 2 dwarves dead. Damn it. That was a dwarf that the only time he'd be okay and happy was when he was training in the military. Man. It's time to trade with the Outpost Liaison real quick. We lost Candle Pixie, who was one of my few married dwarves, and Crow, who was one of the dwarves that was born in this fort. Down to 30. Crap. What are the 2 things one places in bedrooms to make them happy called? Well, there are 3 things you need to place in bedrooms for them to be a complete bedroom. They need at least 1 cabinet, 1 coffer or chest, and a bed. But you can put whatever the heck you want into a bedroom and they'll like it. They'll claim it as their own. All right. So, disorderly conduct, eh? Disorderly conduct, we call it. More like 2 counts of murder. More like 2 counts of murder. Let's just make sure I have enough coffins. I do, I just need to permit them to be used as coffins. There we go. Candle Pixie has a coffin already assigned. Ay, 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 ay. From your area in Sweden is Europe? I like Europe. Europe's good. He's in 2 pieces, man. Ah, boy. And Abe's going to prison? How long for? 29 days. $29 days for 2 counts of murder. 3 counts actually killed Demonoid in 184. This dwarf's a bit of a problem, I think. Knowing the humans, it's probably a very boring horsebone scepter at that. Oh well, at least we get to get rid of a bunch of stuff that we don't need. Did they die before having kids? Yep. I think. can't check your relationships now. Hold on. Who was somebody who knew you? Crow didn't have any relationships. What about Candle Pixie? Was together with Ghost, and they didn't get married. Fucking waste. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. See how Abe's doing in prison. Feels repentant after being confined. Apparently mulling over wearing old clothing makes him find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Learning about laughing at himself after murdering 2 people. Ah, boy, I don't know what to do with that dwarf. I don't really want to expel him, though, because he is a useful dwarf. Just kind of sucks. Is the problem. It just kind of sucks. Can he be used to demand tribute? I mean, I could also do that with my other squad, no issue, and then they'd come back in about a day. It's not going to do anything. If I want to get rid of him, that's not a way to get rid of him if that's what you're asking. Started thinking his things are funny after his clothes got old. Yeah, pretty much. Or Fortress. Also, there's too many tasks, so the bodies are just getting left. Basically, Aqua, if I want to get rid of him, I either have to kill him in the fortress or just expel him. So if you're suggesting I use him to demand tribute, I'm already getting tribute from every single non-hostile faction. So if I go demand more tribute, it's just random garbage is going to be brought to us, and it doesn't actually help us at all. I'm probably just going to keep him, frankly. I mean, he's fine as a dwarf. Yeah, we don't need more tribute. And I'm not invading anybody, so it's not like I'm just going to go send him to go die or anything. Because that would kill the fortress. Basically, at this point, with the way this fortress is set up, if I start invading people, that's a death sentence for the fortress, unless I just want to completely gimmick it, which I really don't want to do. And also, killing every other faction in the game would just be kind of boring, I guess. I don't really want to just make like a drawbridge tunnel or something, which is the only way I'd be able to do that safely. That doesn't help at all with mood. Send him to the caverns alone and lock him in? No, just lock the door to the prison cell he's in right now. He'll starve to death. Why would I need to send him to the caverns? Sounds like a waste of time. Sending him to the caverns would just hurt my frame rate. Then I'd have a corpse in the caverns I'd need to go get. Like, that's a waste. Fuck that. People have very, like, overkill expectations on what you need to do to dwarves that are a problem. If anything, putting him in prison is fixing him, so... I don't know. I'm not really taking suggestions on what to do with him. Not really taking suggestions. The only thing that improves that dwarf's mood is keeping him in the military, right? So if he gets into a point like he was just now where he kind of goes a bit too far, if he tantrums, then people are guaranteed to die. On an organized fort? No. Because I don't have organized forts. Just do what works for you in a method that works for you and in a method that you understand. Lay things out in a way that you can easily keep track of and do what works for you. Just don't do super thin hallways because those are bad for frame rate. Give them at least like a 3 wide hallway, maybe a 4 wide hallway and double doors. Don't lock doors or it'll fuck your frame rate, and keep your animals pastured. Those are kind of all my real tips. Outside of that, it's just organize your fort in a way that you see as optimizable. Chad, do you ever just, like, see a username and want to ban them purely off of their username? Sometimes I feel that way. Hi, Trash Battery. What's the plan for today? The plan for today is to just let some time pass in Longdeath. And I was dealing with some mental health, and then one of the dwarves tantrumed and killed the 2 that I was dealing with. So, you know. You know. And then I have to go do some grown-up stuff later tonight. So, stream's gonna be a little short today, so just a little bit short. You blocked a few people because their names are too long and disruptive in chat? Really? Oh no. Yeah, no, it's just I just got followed by Fortnite streams 112233. 7 minutes ago. And I'm like yeah, that's a bannable username. Aqua. Yeah, please don't block Stones. Stone's wonderful. Hers. Please don't block Stone. You're banning him? Okay. I'm not repeating the username, so you get although I think you could like check in mod screen and know what his name is. Not even lurking in the chat, so you know, there's that. What happened to the ogre maze you were making a month ago? It's still there. The Ettins never made baby Ettins, and I have a Minotaur in it and 2 giants. Well, 2 lady giants. Yeah, still there. Still planning to make it bigger at some point. You never saw the end of it? Well, I mean, that's the full thing. There's a forgotten beast in the bottom right of it. Right here. Right there. Yeah. The reason I stopped building it was because it took too long for the dwarves to path through the whole maze. Even with wheelbarrows, they were canceling hauling jobs on the way back out because it took so long for them to run through the whole thing. The beast description? Sure. It's a scary one, so I didn't really want to kill it. It's an enormous quadruped composed of clear glass. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. Dwarf cardio. Oh, I got some real strong dwarves because they were running around in that thing. Some of the strongest dwarves in this fortress never actually were in the military because they just hauled granite boulders for years. I used to know somebody on Twitch whose name was literally just one 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 up and all the way to the character limit, and it was very funny. We just called him number one. Number one. I think he actually got banned for having a spammy username.
Sorry.
Big yawn. Out of freaking nowhere. And look at that. Not even depressed anymore. Well, Abe, you're more valuable here than elsewhere. So we'll let you stay here. Just please don't kill dwarves again, thanks. Yep. It absolutely does. It absolutely does. Which is why I had so many super goddamn strong dwarves in the first 10 years of this fortress, because of all the mudstone and granite and other rocks that they had to haul. At least that sorted out our depressed dwarves problem. I still have cooler, though. It's like if you had to haul granite boulders around, you'd eventually get really fucking strong, too. Okay, why aren't you guys dealing with the bodies? I'm a little bit annoyed that the dwarves haven't started dealing with the bodies. I think that there's just too many jobs queued up right now, is the actual problem. There you go. The Turo's getting one done. Rest in peace, Crow. And rest in peace, Candle Pixie. But yeah, no, the current main project is a giant glass tower that I want to turn into a giant lava lamp one day. Which is going to go directly through the maze, which is going to be tricky to deal with, but we'll figure it out. That's one layer of it right there, and there's the stockpile of the glass. You'd only be talking to them. I understand what you're saying, Cursed, but there's you could also just grab the readable names plugin for Twitch. I think it's built into FFZ, which will turn really long names into just ... if they overlap. It also changes like perfectly white or perfectly black usernames or awful shades of yellow to like readable colors. So, readable usernames. It's a really, 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 really good setting. I recommend it. You're a bit weirded out by Twitch even allowing names that long? Twitch is designed to not be super zoomed in. So. But, I mean, I kind of have that problem, but, like, my Twitch chat looks like this. So. It's not so bad. It's okay. Let's put you on burial. Maybe you'll go do that. There we go. The list of arrows. Masterpiece pigtail cloth that's been dyed by red root dye in most cases. Or dimple dye. Or emerald dye. God, where are you going? There you go. It's a far walk. If they rotted in your storage, then you didn't have storage. Things don't rot in the storage unless they're left in a workshop. So what I would recommend is making more barrels and pots. So what were the 3 items, Stone? They might have been eaten by vermin. I mean, in my experience, stuff getting eaten by vermin almost never happens unless you're in a haunted biome. Because vermin, like, aren't that big of a deal. Yeah, cooking doesn't yield seeds, so if you're cooking stuff, then you'll run into problems. But I thought they said that they turned that off, so. That open space? Nope, those are cabbage seeds and asparagus seeds. Dwarves can survive on plump helmets alone, and just eating raw stuff yields seeds. So if all you have is plump helmets, the dwarves can easily subsist on that. But if you are in an area where stuff is growing up on the surface, like I would very heavily recommend, like if you're new to the game, just occasionally hitting D and then P, pressing enter, and then selecting a patch of grass and doing that. They will just go out and collect all the vegetables and edibles and foods that they can collect from there. Very much a recommendation if you're newer to Dwarf Fortress and trying to get into or past the early points of learning the basics. Dwarves can survive off of nothing but gathering. You can get all of your brewing materials, all of your cooking materials, and all of your everything materials just by gathering. It's very, very, very helpful. I make trees into my manager, I think. My advice if you want to learn Dwarf Fortress is to just start playing Dwarf Fortress. Just start playing Dwarf Fortress. And then just watch streams like mine, join the Discords, specifically like mine or the KitFox Discord. And then whenever you have a question, ask a question in one of the Discords. People will answer. Like this is, right now is the easiest time ever to learn Dwarf Fortress because it's kind of at a very high point of popularity right now. It's kind of at a very high point of popularity right now, and there's more people playing and talking about Dwarf Fortress than there has been in a really long time, just because of the excitement around the Steam version. And combine that with, you know, the existence of things like Discord. Like it's easier to learn Dwarf Fortress right now than it was like 4 or 5 years ago, just because of all of the resources that are available now that didn't exist before. Just for whatever that's worth. And yes, Hearts, Dredvik. You don't need to do that at all. I literally never do that, Tygo. Like, I literally never do that. Like, I know how to do it, but I don't. So, you don't need to fertilize fields with potash at all. So, if you recommend that to a new player, it's kind of like, well, sure, but you don't need to. The problem, I think, with Dwarf Fortress is people over-recommend stuff. And they say that you need to do more things than you actually need to do. You don't need to worry about potash. You don't need to worry about any of that. You literally just need a field underground that's, like, just big enough for your dwarven food, and you're good to go. You're doing things on that? That's the right way to go. That's the right way to go. If you have specific questions, too, I can just give you examples. I can just show you how to do things, too. Can quickly whip stuff together. Yeah, definitely. You need porcelain thrones for everybody. Please show you how to train dwarves in the barracks. All right, I'll show you how to make a very simple squad in 2 seconds. Select the dwarf that you want to put in the squad. Okay, so let's say dwarf that's not already in a squad. Let's say formal, right? Hit P. Okay, so go U, hit U, select the dwarf that you want to put in. Actually, screw it. Let's say Daturo. Hit Z to select the dwarf. Hit P to bring up this screen. Hit N, you'll make a new squad. Select the kind of armor you want them to put on, or archer or no uniform. I wouldn't recommend archer if you just want to get them to train. So metal armor if you have it. If you don't have any metal, you can select leather, but I would just select metal anyway. Select metal. It'll make a new squad. Select the new squad. Press enter on the new squad. They will join the squad. And then you need to make either a weapon rack or a armor stand. Then you hit Q. Select the weapon rack. And then plus and minus on the numpad to select that squad. So it's the Helmed Labyrinth. This is the new one. And then press T. Then what you're going to do is you're going to hit S. And then E. Or in your case, it'll probably be A. But hit E. And then hit T. To turn on scheduled training. And that is the quick and easy way to make an instant squad without having to worry about even looking at the military screen. This is why I tell people all the time that you do not need to use this screen. You can, you don't need to. You know how to create and use squads to attack? Okay, well literally, yeah, it's just select this, select the thing that you want training, and then hit T once they're active. So it's S, select the squad, make them active, and then Q, T, done. That's it. Very simple. Also, I didn't know how much you knew, so I figured I'd just kind of do everything. I mean, you joke, Aqua, but like I was talking to somebody on a Discord once who was embarking and asking what he should bring on his embark. This was on Krug Smash's Discord. And he was talking about how he was bringing wood in case he wanted to make charcoal right away. He'd modded the... Okay, so he'd never actually learned to play Dwarf Fortress and claims he'd never made it back past the first 6 months, and he would always die to a were creature. Told us that he'd modded the game, and he said that he was having a really hard time learning Dwarf Fortress. Said that he'd modded the game so that he could have unlimited... what's the word I'm looking for here? Unlimited points for embark. Prepare carefully, and was bringing like 20 of literally every possible crafting item you could possibly need, and was starting with 30 dwarves. Because it's like, what? Where koalas are so, or where creatures are so easy to deal with. Just pasture your starting animals outside and lock the door when they show up. Like literally, that's all you need to do. And then just lock the door. And then if a dwarf is stuck outside with it, let them fucking kill it, and that's it. It's so easy. You can't seem to expand it with HL. Is caps lock on? I mean, no, it's not HL, it's UMKH. So, U, M, K, and H. Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, Aqua knows what's up. People assume, like, every single material you will ever need can be acquired extremely easy post-embark. Every single material. Even, like, metals that aren't on the map with you. If you get one steel anvil, you can equip your entire military with steel armor if you really want to. There are ways of doing that. Ironically, 5 items from Sorg Tribute are new. Prepared opossum intestines, orthoclase. I thought that those were new. Large pineapple opal and orthoclase blocks. Oh, there was an orthoclase block in there? Actually, I got a lot of blocks I need to toss in here. This is my pillar of weird blocks that were brought by traders, which I add to every so often. Pig soap. Yeah, I definitely made those myself. Malachite. What else do we have? Orthoclase. There's that one that you just mentioned. Lignite. Schist. There we go. Not yet. Not yet, Diamond. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Why is there a question mark on hi, blind? It's definitely me still. Hello. Hope you are well. Some other dude said that you existed. That's an interesting thing to say. Hello, who is the some other dude? Now I'm kind of curious. But what's going on? I'm trying to keep a fortress alive for 1,000 years. So I've got like another 1,000 hours to finish this. Which other DF streamer? I don't know. I know a few of them. Material active. That's actually not somebody I know. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just chilling and trying to keep a fortress alive for 1,000 years. But hi. Which is going to take me another 1,000 years. If you don't return before stream's over, bye. We'll see you when we see you, Critty. We'll see you when we see you. Thanks for chilling, man. Thanks for chilling. Getting that pillar worked on. Pillar of weird blocks that the humans and dwarves brought us. Weaponsmithing demonstration. Pondering nerves. Good stuff. I did get that right? Yeah, 2 ballista arrows times 2. Rather mundane stuff and dwarven mental health. Yes, a lot of dwarven mental health. We lost 2 dwarves in a fist fight today, which kind of is unfortunate. Seems like a pretty chill life though, Aqua. Could certainly be worse. Although I've been streaming for 3.5 hours and I haven't taken a break yet. I'm going to take 2 seconds to quickly take a bio break and prep stuff for lunch. I will be back in a mo. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. Hey, General Grub, Beerby. What's the population looking like? 30. 30! We were at 32 a minute ago, but not anymore. Beerby. There's a Tatanka in my chat. Sorry, it's always a welcome surprise. How you doing, man? It seems like whenever you meet another DS streamer, we're always asking questions about troubleshooting some mechanics for better understanding. I mean, that's just Dwarf Fortress. You don't think there's a bug that you've been bashing over the manual in your head and trying to figure out if you can't get this 2 stops to connect? You were joking though. Wait, what? I mean, I don't really do much with minecarts, so I'm not really the person to ask about minecarts, to be clear. I'm just kind of scrolling through shit. You like to overcomplicate DF because your relationship with the game is weird. You usually instantly drop the game after you tried out all the mechanics, regardless of the creative possibilities. Fair enough. Today you figured out how to make glazed jugs and cut jewels in them. You know, I always tell people that you've learned how to play Dwarf Fortress when you can figure out how to make soap. If you can make soap, you've played Dwarf Fortress and you've learned how to play Dwarf Fortress. I hope I'm doing fine. Words cannot describe, Tatanka, how fucking exhausted I am, but I'm okay. He was a starting 7 dwarf. Don't you love it when it's just like, dwarf is lonely because of lack of family, and then you look at their description, it's like, you have no family. Get over it, you whiny twat. But, you know. If you can automate soap, you need professional help. I can automate soap, I just don't. Is that fair? Although I could automate anything in DF. I can do anything in DF. There's just a lot of things in DF that I just don't do. Because I'm lazy. It's like minecart's one of them. It's like, why would I make minecarts when I could just tell them to call it? Of course, yeah. Mm-hmm. Felt lonely after being away from friends for too long. Doesn't give a... Or it's like, doesn't care about friendship and is not very social. Also feels lonely after being away from friends for too long. It's like, what fucking gives? Actually, it's just relatable. You have a degree in Dwarf Fortress? Now you're just making Dwarf Fortress... Now you're just, like, making up shit about Dwarf Fortress and making it sound way harder than it actually is, because it's not a very hard game. Dwarf Fortress is actually a very, 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 very easy game. I haven't lied once to you. Dwarf Fortress is an extremely easy game. It's just obtuse. Its obtuseness is what gives it artificial difficulty. Difficulty should not be confused with obtuse. Dwarf Fortress is not hard, it's obtuse. So then you agree with me. So why do you accuse me of lying and then agree with me? Dwarf Fortress is a game that's best served by RPing, like role-playing with yourself. You get the most out of the game if you're playing. You are hearing this. One of the greatest websites on the interwebs. Stone is stressed. Well, it's time to get the main military squad to training again, because you want to go punch walls. Poor girl. You know, at some point, when someone comes in and is just like, where are those sounds coming from? I'm just going to be like, I don't know. What sounds are you talking about? I don't hear any. Like sheep buying? I don't hear any footsteps. What are you talking about? Dwarf Fortress is one of the only games where I've almost like done a fist pump and screamed fuck yeah because I successfully built a door. A door. A door. Or change it to the Russian language and try and figure out what's wrong for 5 minutes? I mean, yeah. I mean, something that I am going to be doing in 2 days is a fundraiser for my birthday. And as part of that, we're going to be raising money for Doctors Without Borders. And my incentives, because you know you need incentives to make people throw money at charities on the internet, is terrible tile sets. So you guys get to watch me play with this tile set if you donate enough money. So, you know, everybody wants that, right? Or this tile set. Or, you know, We're doing this tile set. So that'll be fun. Playing Dwarf Fortress where everything is the same icon. Yeah. DF is really easy, yeah, but if you leave caps lock on, you're kind of in trouble. Absolutely. But you reckon, but see that's the bonus, right? Is there's other obtuse games out there for us to enjoy as well. It's a wonderful website, Tatanka. It's great. Like there will be times where it'll be like hot outside and it's during the day, and I will just turn on my speakers and just blast thunder and rain sounds, and I'll have my door open and it'll be like hot and sunny outside, and I'll just be inside listening to rain going, I wonder if my neighbors think I'm crazy. Speaking of me thinking I'm crazy, I thought my my amplifier was dying last night. I was listening to some of my records off stream and just blasting music really loudly and very much enjoying it. And then suddenly, like, my left speaker just went brrr and made like this awful, 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 awful static sound. And I was like, oh no! And I fiddled with it for a bit and it stopped. And I was like, okay. And then it came back and then it stopped and then it came back and it stopped. And I like was about to like start freaking out going, oh no, is my stylus going or something? And then I realized the back of the speaker wasn't quite plugged into the amplifier. So it was like slightly bad connection. So it was just, you know, obviously not going all the way through. I was very worried for a minute there. Kind of freaked me out yesterday. It's fine. Absolutely fine. Don't need to replace the stylus, don't need to do anything. It's A-okay. It's A-okay. Jack Nurick grew up. He is the son of Simplex and Vinsati II, 12 years old, medium-length sideburns that are braided and a very long mustache arranged in double braids. Personally, sees family as one of the most important things in life. Yay, please go get laid and make more of you. I mean, please go get married, make more of you. He sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior vain as offensive. Sees denial of impulses somewhat stiff. Almost never feels discouraged. He has a calm demeanor. He isn't particularly curious about the world and slow to anger. Often feels envious of others and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Occasionally overindulges and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Is passive in discussions and doesn't handle stress well. He has little interest in joking around and often touches others during conversations. When he's excited, he speaks rapidly. When he's excited, he always when greeting others, he always smiles. He likes being outdoors at least for a time. All right, Dwarf. All righty. Let's give you things to do then. And there you go. There's a bunch of tasks for you to do. Wait, what? I apparently have temples down here that I was unaware of. The more you know. You obviously need luxury golden plated connectors, which absolutely don't sound the same as a wire coat hanger. I don't even know what that is. Oh, we're talking about music stuff again. I mean, I'm just using plain old fucking fashioned copper wire for my speakers because they're old fashioned non-powered speakers from the early 90s, but. So, no, that wouldn't do anything. Although, I wouldn't use a wire coat hanger. I'm using my nice copper wire for my audio. Thank you very much. King wants 2 ballista arrows. Is he? Well, I will change that name. I couldn't remember how many Jack Nurix there was, and I asked you, and I don't think you ever corrected me, so. Fixed. Are you asking me how good I am at adventure mode? Because I'm terrible at adventure mode. Me in adventure mode, I'm usually like some random nameless weakling bard on a weird mount, just running around dancing on tables. So I don't really play much adventure mode. I mean, I had a dwarf that one-shot almost a bronze colossus with a shield by throwing the shield at the bronze colossus. So you can become pretty strong in DF. Or dwarves can be pretty strong in general. Probably. I'm not great with Roman numerals either. It's okay, I'm always confused, Jack and Rick, about most things. How old am I? What year is it? Who am I again? What am I doing? What's this video game? You know, Diamond, I'm looking at that screenshot that you just posted. That field reminds me of that one Far Cry level where you burned the pot fields for some reason. A goat could kill a forgotten beast. I mean, a goat could kill a forgotten beast if it's thrown at the forgotten beast hard enough. Like, one of my favorite kills that I ever got in Dwarf Fortress was actually very mundane because it was just against a normal ass like goblin swordsman. But the reason it was one of my most memorable kills was because the goblin didn't die because it got stabbed to death. It didn't get beaten. It didn't die in a fist fight. It died colliding with a wall because it got hit with a wall of water. There was so much water pressure, he died on impact with the wall. It was easily my favorite kill I've ever gotten in Dwarf Fortress. It's like super stupid, but it's just I had this big old water trap and a giant like piston would come down and go thunk and just push all the water out. Oh, it was so satisfying. So satisfying. I mean, I saw a troglodyte slap a water forgotten beast and it exploded, so. There's water pressure in DF? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You should try draining an ocean into hell sometime. See what happens. You should try draining an ocean into a cavern layer and see what happens. You get a very full cavern and a very empty ocean. And it's immediate and the water pressure will kill things. Just the sheer blast will kill stuff. All right, you know what? I think it is... How is Stone doing? Is she feeling better yet? Yeah. You know, fuck it. We're going to put dwarves inside for the winter. I had a lava pump that I miscalculated, or rather, I had a lava pump set up, and a dwarf left a boulder in one of the doorways that we used to build the lava pump stack, and lava leaked out and trapped 3 of my dwarves and almost killed all 3 of them. It only killed 2 of them. And almost killed all 3 of them. It was almost an absolute disaster instead of just a partial disaster. There is also magma pressure. Magma pressure is very different, though. It's even more fun when you do, like, when you start caving stuff into water and lava as an attackable substance. But I don't know. I like my favorite things to do in Dwarf Fortress is weaponizing liquids, which is why I am totally okay with admitting that I would absolutely be one of those people who would instantly weaponize piss if the dwarves urinated. Like if there was a way to collect feces and urine, you bet your ass I would make a piss cannon. So, like that is 1,000% something that I would do. But that is also the exact reason why Tarn has stated on many occasions he will never add fecal matter and urine to Dwarf Fortress because we would weaponize it. The piss would be like 95% alcohol. Like, dwarven urine is actually just like human rubbing alcohol. Oh, also, I'm just gonna shout this out because this game's great. Homeworld Remastered is currently $3 Canadian, so like $2.50 US. That's a really good deal. Deserts of Karak, I haven't played it, but I might buy it. Is also extremely cheap. Yeah, you're losing money not buying these games. Just saying. That's a really, really, really good deal. Also, Jupiter Hell's on sale, apparently. And as streamer always says, if you buy a game through Steam or something that I recommended because I pointed you at a sale, you don't have to, but it's nice if you tip the streamer. Wonder what Jack Norek's gonna end up doing as a career. Whoopsies, did I just put you in the military? I super duper did. Who did I just remove from the military? Clay, I just removed from the military. Clay, you go back into the military because I hit the wrong button. Please go back into the military. Thank you. Also, chat, Jack Narek needs ad-free viewing. Just saying. He's here enough. If anybody's feeling generous. Where's a depressed dwarf? It's probably Cooler. Cooler wants to join the military but can't because he's a merchant, which really sucks. Also, the zone that I have the dwarves in is basically just like, you guys go in the tavern and the temple and your bedrooms, that's it. I try and do this like once a year to keep their spirits up. Usually it works, sometimes it doesn't. People are both incredibly strong and weak. They can be, yeah. Thank you very much, Aqua. Cheers. Hey, Ultimate. I hope your Tuesday is good too. My Tuesday's okay. Slept in a little bit. Was almost late for stream because I slept in, so I didn't shower this morning, so I feel sticky and gross, but that's okay. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. It's my birthday in 2 days, so that's weird. My mom gave me a fern for my birthday because that's where I'm at in my life. I'm slowly turning my apartment into a jungle. Oh, I got enough sleep, yeah. I did. I overslept. Slowly turning my apartment into a jungle, and my mom also gave me, or my mom and dad also gave me a very nice handwritten note for one thing, and a chocolate mint plant. How old am I getting? 27 years young. I am still child as far as I'm concerned. And so yeah, no, it also came with a sage and a lavender plant, but it's mostly chocolate mint. You're turning 30 this year? I mean, you know, age is a perspective thing, right? You're 45, it feels pretty young. Although all I know is I have more gray hair than my dad, and he's in his 60s. So there's that. Although I was talking to my dad yesterday, and he was saying that I'm probably gonna get him back into record collecting. He's just like, you know, at the rate you're going, you're gonna get me back into record collecting. And I'm like, as his Patreon tag says. I don't know what a Patreon tag is. Are you saying like the title tag? Because that's not the year that I was born. That's the number of times I've streamed. I have streamed 1,854 times. It was originally a day tracker, but I just kept it going due to popular demand. Because I was a daily streamer back in the beginning. I did 365 days in a row. And then I went down to 6 days a week, and then I went back up to 7 days a week for like 2 years, and then I went back down to 6 days a week, and now I'm down to 5 days a week. Also, I don't know what a Patreon tag is, so I don't know where you got that idea from. I unfortunately don't have that many patrons. If I had that many patrons, I would be much better off. I have 71 patrons, although I think that number is actually wrong. I think it's lower than that. How many people support me on Patreon? 71 currently. At $388 a month. I was almost at 420, but a friend of mine had to drop his patron because he went and got a new job, which means he's going to kind of be between paychecks for a bit, so. Which is totally fair. One of 71? Absolutely. I was for a minute there. I was at I think it was $415 a month and 69 patrons, and I was really sad I wasn't making another $5 a month on Patreon. Really sad. Dreadvic, thank you very much for the 5 months.
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Fucking welcome back. Cheers. You know what to do, chat. My phone vibrated. My dad. I apparently have an Amazon package to go pick up. I'm gonna go do that. Back in a minute, chat. A buzzard stole some tripe. Shit. It's fine. The outpost liaison fight with a buzzard. Buzzard bit him. Oh no. He jumped away. Poor guy. That's fine. We've got 25,035 meals, so I don't think we're gonna be in trouble. Can I give you a tour? Sure. The top tower filled with bees. The middle tavern tower. Library is the green room on the left. Throne room is on the top, and King's kitchen or King's dining room is on the right. The outer walls, where I keep the animals and such. In case of emergency, big old trap room that has some blood for aesthetical purposes because an owl got stuck in there a couple hundred years ago, it feels like. Down at the bottom of this is the main layer where I spend most of my time. Crafting is kind of in the brown area. Forge is down the bottom right. Old library in kind of the middle. Trading is in the middle, and around the edges is bedrooms. Down here is main storage. Down here is coffins in the terracotta army, which I'm going to be expanding today probably. The small maze, underground mushroom farms, and emergency bunker in case of emergencies, hide and bunker. The drainage and coin storage, which was, I flew past. Now I'm hitting the wrong button. And then we fly all the way down here to the cavern lair. That's the fortress. Did the dwarves make babies? They have made babies, yes. Have they made babies in the last year? No. Is it always a constant struggle to make more babies? Yes. We are at 30 dwarves right now. Also, the Amazon package I needed to pick up was replacement batteries for my GoPro. So pretty fucking boring, but... No. Because there's no reason to explore it. Absolutely no reason to explore it. I could tunnel around in there and explore it, but there's no reason to. I'll do that when I need to get past it. Wait, what did you steal? Bilberries. Pfft. How rude. I thought they said that they built the lever, but it just wouldn't connect for some reason. Like, kept canceling. They don't really need to be in a stockpile necessarily, but you have your inventory counted by a broker, right? Memo for the record? Or what is actually the name of the job? Yeah, bookkeeper, not a broker. I usually just make them the same job. You have a bookkeeper assigned, yeah? And set to highest precision? Have I used Dwarf Therapist? Yes. Do I? No. I've used it and don't like it. It's completely useless bloatware, as far as I'm concerned. Is there a reason to not explore it? Well, the more map is exposed, the more the game is keeping track of. The more the game is keeping track of, the more that can slow down the frame rate. So, on one hand, normally wouldn't be an issue. But for this fortress, if I lose 3 or 4 frames a second, and over 700 years the game is moving 4 frames per second slower, it's a lot of time. Does that make sense? So on one hand, no, it doesn't really matter. I absolutely could go and explore it. I could do it safely without touching Forgotten Beasts. Like that's not a concern, Aqua. I know how to explore the caverns safely without running into Forgotten Beasts. That being said, time will move quicker if I don't. We are in the year 241 late winter, making the fortress 236 years old. For reference, Arch Crystal, which is the oldest heavily documented fortress, was retired or like put to rest at 500 years, and it took the creator of that fortress 6-ish years, give or take. And we are like 9 months in. Can I explore and kill the Forgotten Beasts? Probably. Is it worth the risk? Absolutely not. Will I? Absolutely not. Have I killed Forgotten Beasts? Yes. Do I care about killing the Forgotten Beasts? No. Not the goal of the fort. I mean, there's been dozens of Forgotten Beasts in the basement, and I've just kind of let them fight with each other. It's fine. Let's lock everybody in the more confined area briefly, and we'll let them out. So what you need, Memo, in order for what you're trying to do to work is you need to do what Aqua's talking about. So you need to go to this. You need to hit N, go to this screen, go to the bookkeeper, assign a dwarf as the bookkeeper, hit S for settings. By default, it'll be set to lowest precision. You want to set it to highest precision. And then you want to assign them to a throne. So any throne, it doesn't matter. Just find a throne that you have built, press R, make it into a room, and assign it to that person. You don't need to remove all his other labor duties now. He will prioritize his bookkeeping. And then suddenly you will get this, access to this, or full access to this screen, which will give you information of everything that is in your inventory, and you will suddenly be able to access things like your mechanisms. There are certain things that the dwarves will not be able to find unless you have this inventory set. Dwarves understand paperwork comes first, yes. So what you really want to do is you want to make sure that you have that set up. If you don't have that set up, you're going to run into problems. You should also set up a manager while you're at it, which will give you access to this screen, the UM screen, and then you can just type in rock, block, enter, 30, D, select what you want it to be, press enter, and then your manager will run to their chair and set all that up and get all that stuff going. I know some people who've played this game for years and never knew about that because they just used Dwarf Therapist when all of that stuff's just in the game. And then if you want to get real fancy, you can hit C and go into the conditions screen and add if-then statements to make repeating jobs and automate your entire fucking fortress. I just don't care for that. So there's a lot you can do in Dwarf Fortress that a lot of people just completely ignore. Stone is still depressed. What are you doing? You just puking? You can also set a manager. Yep, you can make them all the same dwarf. Just make sure that when you set the bookkeeper, you hit S and set it to all counts accurate. It'll take him a little longer. It'll take him like a few weeks in game time to get all of your stuff counted, but he will give you a full inventory screen. That's not a thing that exists, Tygo, so maybe don't, tell people incorrect information. So that's not helpful to anybody. Oh, never mind. I see what you're saying. Just don't assign them to the military and let them train by themselves. But like that won't just happen by themselves. I mean, if they're in the military, then yeah, I guess. Yep, you need to give them a chair. That's all that they need. Well, I mean, if you want to be really nice, you could also give them like a table and give them like a proper office. But like, here's my manager, and this is the manager's office. It's just a throne and a table, and then 3 cabinets for extra stuff that they might have. He gets a table. There you go. I mean, if you want to be really nice, you could give him his own room with an office, or like attach it to his bedroom, or like put it outside in the rain. You know, you could do whatever you want, really. Put it in a tree and a ladder to climb up into the tree. Do you get a better manager with more material design? No, but if the dwarf is depressed, they're not going to get much done. Nobles get stressed if they don't have an office, yes, but managers are not nobles. They're assigned important dwarves. I have magma? No. I haven't dug that deep. I don't need to. No reason to. Spring has arrived! A fortress I did on Saturday, we had a magma forge set up within the first 2 months. But that's not the point of this fortress. All right. 237 years old. Once the game's done saving. That is. The annual tribute from Busty Just Mock has arrived. Doesn't look like anybody died. And you have arrived. You have indeed arrived. Also, I don't know if anybody saw it, but I put up a video yesterday morning of the Steam workshops side by side with the vanilla workshops. There's a couple of really funny comments on it going like, I can't even tell what the workshop actually is, or what is a workshop and what is rock and stuff. And I find that really amusing. They're like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. I've been very amused by the comments on that video, is all. Very, very, very amused. You tend to keep your bookkeeper and managers separate from the dwarves so that those jobs don't interfere with each other, but your forts tend to fill up with stuff. Yeah. I mean, dude, you run your manager the way that is the most logical for you, right? It's a very, 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 very long name. I feel like. Contingent Girl Youth. I mean, who knows what they identify as, but we'll find out. His hair. I don't know. They are girl youth. Are they youthful? His hair is burnt sienna. His skin is cinnamon. Nope. He's not old. So half of his name is accurate. A billy goat got stung by a bee. That poor goat. And plebute. Oh, that's why he was walking so slowly. That poor human was carrying a fucking cow. Shoutouts to the kakapo intestines. Half accurate. Yeah, will cease to be half accurate in the future. But who knows what they identify as, right? Maybe they are a girl. You shouldn't get a move on. It's very rare that you make puns. I like it. Yeah, in a metal cage. Hey, at least it was in a Nicholas cage and not in like a lead cage. Nobody likes being led around by a cage, but everybody likes a good Nicholas cage.
Ugh.
Sorry. Just having a glance because I just got a partner email from Discord. TLDR, they are raising funds for, well, I mean, that. Anyway. That's pretty cool. Good work, Discord, I think. All right. Is it possible to conquer the entire world as a fort? Yes. Incredibly boring and monotonous? Also yes. For me, I think violence is like one of the least interesting verbs you have at your disposal in DF. DF is such an interesting social economics simulation. Why would you ruin that with violence? Just adjusting my lighting slightly. Most of the bugs have been fixed. Most of them. I think that the occupation crash still happens, though. My big problem is that, like, if it's fun to be at war in Dwarf Fortress, it's not fun to have defeated everybody in global conquest. Because all of the things that make the world alive and interesting go away if you do that. Your dancers, your traders, your friends, your traveling poets, your wandering bards, your monster slayers, your monster hunters, the goblin invasions, the kobolds, everything goes away if you do that. I mean, I quite enjoy going to war in DF, you know? Like, I was invading one of my own forts on Saturday, right? Like, I quite enjoy it. I think that world conquest is a little, yeah. I mean, I'll definitely do it at some point, but it's, like, just very time-consuming and tedious. But yeah, it's not even a hypothetical. It's absolutely possible. 1000% possible. Not only is it possible, it's the only way some people play. That's gonna happen. That's planned. I mean, Tarn. Okay. So right now, right, this is what you see for your map when you zoom out, right? You do know that in adventure mode, you can just like walk away from your fort and just walk off into the world, right? That's the plan for Fortress mode. So instead of Fortress mode being locked to just your fort, the plan is that you'd be able to just zoom out and just see the whole world eventually. That is planned, and that is how fights will work. So you would, in theory, be able to tell your dudes to go attack a thing on the other side of the world and watch them run all the way across the world. Humans are obsessed with violence. We are obsessed with violence. You can hear your I can hear my CPU screaming at me. I know. Oh, I know. But that is the plan. But that's kind of the fun of Dwarf Fortress, is because of the feature creep and because of the ambition of the creator and because of the fact that the creator is funded, we'll get it eventually. It need not be violent. Absolutely. I mean, one of my favorite fortresses I ever built, Mule, Cardinal. One of my favorite fortresses I ever built was literally just a giant library. That's all we did. We had books and we wrote books and we collected books. We stole some books. We bought books. We had like 1,000 books. It was awesome just going through and reading all the books. And we had a giant drawbridge underground that was in a giant like 30 Z level tall chasm that we dug out. And the drawbridge at the pull of a lever could get flooded with lava that we were pumping up from the underground. It was awesome. You want a library that just steals books? Well, I mean, we were collectors. I mean, if you've ever heard of the Collector from the Marvel Cinematic Universe or the Marvel comic books universe, we were basically the Collector. We had artifacts and wares and books from all around the universe. And you could totally come visit. We had to acquire more. And not all people wanted to part with them. So we took them. It was a good fort. One of my last forts that died due to poor layout design. We even had a vampire mayor at one point. That was a good fort. It was fun. This fortress has a vampire. Named Zaloro. He lives in the walls. Not very happy. He's permanently berserk and enraged. He's chained up. When he went crazy, we just kind of like removed the door and replaced it with a brick wall. He lives there. It's fine. He's a backup plan. Conquering by culture? I'm just going to harass you with priests until you become mine. The only vampire in the world? I'm pretty sure it is the only vampire in the world, yeah. Yeah. Shin rusted amber red the red rocks cursed Zaloro in the year 121 to prowl the night in search of blood in Longdeath. A very long time ago.
Yeah.
Fuck. Big yawn. Sorry about that. Very yawny today. He's just a dwarf bedtime story. And sometimes, if you're very quiet in the upper levels of Longdeath, you can hear the screams and wails and cries of the vampire behind the brick walls. It's actually just like a little child's bedtime story that we use to scare the kids into going to bed and behaving themselves and not poking around the dungeons too much. Civ 4 was one of the Civs that I didn't play much of. I played a shit ton of Civ 2, a shit ton of Civ 3. I think I played a game of Civ 4. I played a little bit of Civ 5 and didn't really like it too much, and I played one game of Civ 6. And none of the DLC of Civ 6. I would probably really like Civ 6, though, because I really, really, really like how city building works in Civ 6.
Dwarves would panic when they see him.
Dwarves would panic. It's not really worth it. I wouldn't need to carefully replace the front wall with glass. I could just make the front wall into fortifications and then put windows around it. I could just do that, but it's not really worth scaring the dwarves. A lot of that stuff just scares the dwarves, and anything that scares dwarves just hurts their mental health, and anything that destabilizes the health of the mental status of your dwarves in the fortress is a net negative to anything that you're trying to do in DF. So, no reason to intentionally destabilize the fortress by doing that. We're trying to keep them stable and happy, not the other way around, right? All right, Stone. We're going to put you... I was about to say I'm going to put you into a different squad, but I can't actually. That's fine. We'll let you keep training. We do actually have a zoo, though. It's right here. It's got a wren, a peach-faced lovebird, a cardinal, a blue jay, a snail, a blue jay, a wren, a pond turtle, and a cardinal in it. It's a very, very interesting zoo. I need a couple fluffy ramblers up in there, I think. Whenever I see a given birth, I always get excited, but nope. It's just a cow giving birth to a calf. God damn it. Actually ever die? How does a fort you have built so large actually ever die? I don't know if I understand the question. There's lots of ways for this fortress to die. The easiest way for it to die probably would just if I were to just let this this fortress run, eventually all the dwarves would die because they wouldn't make babies. So I mean, it would be very unlikely. I don't think there's any currently living were creatures in the world, so were creatures aren't really an issue. A single bad tantrum could do it. So if I'm not looking after the dwarves' heads and their mental health, they could die. Yeah, like if I automated this fortress entirely, it could still die. The next version of the game, Ultimate, already has better relationships for dwarves, but I'm keeping it on the same version because to me it kind of goes against the spirit to update the game. I know I have new mandates, but neither of them are like actually important. They're just bans. Yeah, ballista arrows and export of crowns, which is totally fine. Totally fine. Not an issue at all. But no, this fort is more like a soap opera than anything. It's like I'm pretty good at just managing it and keeping it going. But if I don't, like, I could probably like AFK play this fortress to the end pretty easily. Like, have it running on a second monitor and checking in every 30 minutes, and it'll probably be okay. But I don't know. I've been enjoying the process of just running this fortress. And, you know, there's 84 people watching, so other people might enjoy this. And, Chad, if you enjoy this fortress, just, I don't know, give me a thumbs up or something. Because I don't know about you guys, but I really like this fort. It's been fun. It's been fun to just let it run. Shoutouts to Shitcam. I missed this, having this camera. I like having it back now that we have the office. And if you really, 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 really like it, if you really, really like this fortress, consider supporting the channel on Patreon or via other ways. And we'll probably have Tarn Adams on the stream again sometime in August. Sometime in August. Which would be really cool. Still trying to figure out how to talk to Zach, but Zach's not super public like Tarn is. Zach's a little bit more quiet. Are dwarves even able to reproduce fast enough to prevent the natural death of the fort? I don't know. Because, like, I've had some hornballs in this fort. Like, I had one dwarf that had... Well, Axon the First had a husband and, like, 5 lovers that were all in the fort and had, like, a dozen children in, like, 30 years. So I think it really depends on... With multiple parents. So I think it kind of depends on the dwarves. Currently, we've had about 100 years of kind of bad luck in that regard. But you just need a really, really, really horny couple, and they'll just fix your problems. But that's why I, every, 50 years or so, have to bring in a bunch of merchants that are all married and let them bring some new blood in from outside families and whatnot. I mean, what I'm doing right now, which is just locking them all in the tavern. They're not even allowed in their bedrooms right now. They're just making friends currently. Which is what I need them to do. I mean, I could do the literally lock them in bedrooms thing, but that'll slow the frame rate down to 1 frame a second, so. Hello, Brelf. Is that how you say that? Brelf? Mandatory fucking? I mean, we're just in lock everybody in the tavern for 6 months time a year. Well, 6 weeks time a year. Until the king has mandates. Well, tavern and temple and library. They're not really orgies, it's more just like socializing. And hopefully hooking up happens afterwards. If there were orgies, there'd be a lot more babies running around. But yeah, no, so this fortress is very mundane. But like I said, I've been enjoying it. The whole process of this fort's been a lot of fun for me. I've learned a lot about Dwarf Fortress in this fort. Which is part of why it's been fun. I have 2 emails. My Patreon receipt is here. Because I sent $2 to Patreon. What, the fortress has an interesting shape? I mean, this is my flying tavern. Well, it's not really flying, but my suspended tavern that's suspended above ground. This is the actual fortress down here. Speaking of fortress, how's Stone doing? Still stressed? Really? 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 Holy hell. While dynamic Indian music plays in the background. I mean, that's what she said, Ralph. Here, you've seen nothing. You've seen nothing. But yeah, no, I that's you've pretty much got the right idea. Ultimate, you've pretty much got the right idea for Longdeath. I'm very mature. Yeah. XD, yeah, there you go. But yeah, that's the fortress. Each floor is probably bigger than most forts. It took us 10 years just to dig the hole. That's what she said. I need to grow up, Jesus. I am very mature. Speaking of very mature, how are you, chat? I'm just glad. I don't know. As time goes on with this fortress, we will eventually hit a point where I'm going to start going a little bit nuts. We are on year 242, meaning the fortress is 237 years old. 237 years old. We're going for 1,000, but my minimum is 500, so we're almost halfway to the halfway point. Because then it will officially be the longest fortress ever. Well, the longest heavily documented fortress. There's a 200-something-year-old fortress that has lots of screenshots taken. I think it's channeled something. There's Arch Crystal, which was 500 years old, and then there's a screenshot of a fortress from the Russian community, which claims to be 600 years old, but it's only a single screenshot. That's my wealth. Created wealth. That's a big number. 1, 2, it's what, 32 is... Let's see, that's either 329 million or 32 million. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 digits. So that would be 32,921,197. Yeah, that's right. 32,921,197. Yeah. I don't think the Guinness Book of World Records gives a shit about Dwarf Fortress. But, I mean, in theory, I never even thought about it. I'll be completely honest with you. If you want to find the full archive's on YouTube. You know, thinking about it, Tarn's goal for DF sounds strangely like a 4X on a planetary scale with dwarves instead of ships. I mean, not really, because a 4X is explore, expand, exploit, exterminate. Dwarf Fortress isn't a 4X. It's not explore, expand, exploit, exterminate, right? If anything, Dwarf Fortress, and I hesitate to put words into Tarn's mouth, but Pretty Volcano is pretty right now. Look, Pretty Volcano look like Portal to Hell. Thumbs up. But I wouldn't say that. Oh, the X franchise of games. I mean, kinda. I mean, it's less of that. Dwarf Fortress is a world simulation, right? Like, the end goal for Dwarf Fortress, especially the way Tarn's described it, is a fully simulated world that is completely playable as a, like, from multiple perspectives, either in history or in like an adventure mode format or in the fortress mode format where you're running dwarves. Hi, Stowe. How are you? You never understood how to play this game? It's not as bad as people say. I'll put it that way. But hopefully the Steam version will help with that for a lot of people. But yeah, no, it's... What, never understanding how to play Dwarf Fortress? Crazed? I mean, I think that's the majority of people who play Dwarf Fortress. I mean, in a world where it took me, like, 12 years to actually start playing it. Like 12-ish, give or take? Give or take. Wait, was Clay up here? Why are you up here? You're supposed to be training. Go back underground, you stupid. I mean, being able to click things is going to make stuff easier for a lot of people. Being able to click things is going to make stuff a lot easier for a lot of people. Friendly. Sorry we gave off the wrong impression. I don't know. The Sims is a pretty good comparison. Dwarf Fortress, The Sims with extra steps. Dwarf Fortress is, well... trying to think of like actual comparable games to Dwarf Fortress. It's like The Sims with a lot of Stardew Valley, but also grimdark ultra violence. But why? Because I only have 30 dwarves and they're getting old. They're getting old. I need more of them. And we haven't had a migrant in 230-something years. I mean, that's like saying that saying Dwarf Fortress is like StarCraft would be like saying that Call of Duty is like SimCity. So no, it's not an orgy. They're just hanging out and trying to like couple up and make friends, because it's hard to make dwarves make friends. Meanwhile, my frickin' skull over here is just like trying to discuss the topic of the classifications of bodily fluids. So, you know, you take with that what you will. Dwarves can live from 150 to 170 years. They will die on the 1st of spring sometime between their 150th birthday and their 170th birthday. Precious bodily fluids that have to stay inside of the body. I mean, that same diff, really, Frog? Same diff. Why so little population? Technically, the population is set to 54, with a hard cap of 56. But they've just died over time. Like, really? That's literally all it's been, is the population has dwindled. Technically, there's actually 35 dwarves in this fortress. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them are merchants, which aren't technically members of the fortress. What I might actually do today is I might go request some more migrants. So one thing that you can do in Dwarf Fortress if you have helixes, which I have 2, these things, these are forts that exist because of mine on the overworld, that are economically linked to me. I can request workers by pressing R, this screen, which I should really do. But when you make a request of workers, some dwarves show up that you request. Too many animals? No. So on this screen, see the dead and missing screen? If you hit 3,000 dead, you stop getting migrants. It's a game memory bug. Now, I could reset this screen by either abandoning the fortress and reclaiming it, or retiring it and reclaiming it, or alternatively loading the game up in DF hack and erasing it, but I consider that cheating based on what I'm trying to accomplish. I'm trying to get the game to get the fortress to 1,000 years on a single run without abandoning the fortress or using any external tools, which is probably going to take me another year, real time. Probably. Unless I, like, marathon it and do, like, 18-hour streams back-to-back for 2 months, in which that would probably finish. Well, get me most of the way through. What about Path of Exile? Or Pillars of Eternity? Did Pillars of Eternity get an update or something? I'm confused. Here's the thing, right? There are lots of things that you can compare to Dwarf Fortress, but most of the things that you can compare to Dwarf Fortress exist because of Dwarf Fortress, right? Like Rimworld, No Moria, Odd Realm, Towns, Innomia. Why am I blanking on the name of that game? I'm completely blank. Oxygen not included. Hammerting. You know, all of those games that are just like, yo, it's an expansive world. Even like in a different direction, stuff like Minecraft or Kenshi. Like, no, I wasn't thinking of. Oh, I mean, yeah. There's also like, you know, those more recent games like Going Medieval or that one town builder with the beavers, which would something. No, I don't know. But like all of those games that are heavily DF inspired from in one way or another. Like you can kind of compare those back to DF, but at the end of the day, the best one is DF. I mean, even things like Runark or what's it called? The First Men? No. What was the name of that game? Hey, Psychon, what's up, dude? What the heck was the name of that game? Oh, I'm just gonna search by Colony Simtag. I'm trying to remember the name of a specific game. Oh, Space Haven. That Prison Architect. That's the one I was thinking of, which I was completely blanking on. I've played a bunch of that game, and I was completely blanking on the name of it. Yeah, Prison Architect's another one. I mean, also things like, I guess, Amazing Cultivation Simulator exist because of Dwarf Fortress. Like, I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I can't imagine living in a world where Minecraft doesn't exist. And, you know, Minecraft exists because of Dwarf Fortress. My favorite connection to always make from Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress inspired Infiniminer. Infiniminer inspired Minecraft. Minecraft took a lot of things directly from Dwarf Fortress and Infiniminer. Fortnite was originally supposed to be a Minecraft clone, which then became Fortnite Save the World, which was a like weird tower defense thing, which then became Fortnite Battle Royale and the Fortnite that we all know now. So Fortnite exists because of Minecraft. So if you don't like Fortnite, you can blame Dwarf Fortress. Sort of. Sort of. Not really. Sort of. God, there's a lot of vomit on the ground. I'm trying to deal with the vomit, too. Slowly. The dwarves are all cave adapted because I built too many structures up in the sky. Fortnite's a DF clone. Absolutely. Yup. Which is why Tarn Adams needs $10 bajillion. Also, another thing that I like is Ludonaricon Tarn Adams and Tanya from Kit Fox and a few other people did a panel, and there's a really good quote from Tarn that happened during Ludonarracon, where somebody asked during their Q&A portion about their takes on Warner Brothers copyrighting the Nemesis system, and Tarn Adams just kind of blatantly stating that Dwarf Fortress had an identical system before Shadow of Mordor started development. And Warner Brothers now has the exclusive copyright on that mechanic, the Nemesis system, when Dwarf Fortress had that mechanic and that functioning system before that game started prototyping. So, you know, just remember that. Also, goddamn volcano look cool right now. Seriously, like, look at that. It's like melting back in on itself. Look at that. That is so cool looking. I mean, it's hot looking, but, you know, besides the point. Gotta hate corporations. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I mean, you know, also, Dungeon Man's had a very similar system before that became, you know, popular thing. Yes, I think so. I think so, because it's the only one that's really erupting right now. It's the one in Iceland. It's the one that's like 20 kilometers away from the Icelandic capital. So, what was I gonna do? Right, Balas. I need to assemble 3 ballista arrows for my king so he doesn't imprison my dwarves. And we need to turn off this so the dwarves can go back to work. Get back to work, nerds. Go do what you gotta do. Maybe make babies. That'd be cool. Someone asked you today on one of your GitHub projects if they could change the license from GPL to something more permissive so his company could use it for free. You know, it's really funny because Tarn Adams doesn't want to completely open source Dwarf Fortress for these exact reasons. You know, like, there are portions of DF where he says that he would like to open source it, specifically parts of the world generation, and at least until he can't work on it anymore, kind of for this exact reason. And it's the same reason, like, ADOM, the original ADOM, was never fully open sourced. It's like there's certain projects where it's like, it makes sense why this is publicly available and fully open sourced. And then there's other projects where it's just like, if this was open sourced, I think the net negative would be way higher than the positive. It's like the positives that we would get out of Dwarf Fortress being open source, I think would actually like be outweighed by the negatives of Dwarf Fortress being open sourced. They also request free support. I mean, isn't that the case? Yeah, I don't know. It's just, it kind of, it boggles my mind a little bit. The amount of stuff that just gets taken from projects like this. But, you know, what can you do? Although, if you like fiddling around with weird worlds, I'd just like to remind everybody that Ultima Requiem exists. Which generates worlds that are just as interesting, if not more interesting, than Dwarf Fortress in some ways. Might be a bit spiteful. Be spiteful with your work, man. Like, just be spiteful with your work. That's all. Be spiteful with your work. I mean, Ultima Ratio Regum is a fucking cool science project. It's not a video game. You know what I mean? It's a really goddamn interesting piece of work. it's not a video game. There is no video game there. It generates you a world and you wander around and you look at tables. Like it's the only game that I've ever played where I've wandered around and just looked at furniture for 2 hours, because like it is fascinating the way furniture is like generated in that world, in the worlds that game makes. It is fascinating the way fashion is generated. It is fascinating the way like culture is generated and language is generated, but at the same time it's like you don't do anything in that thing. There is nothing you can do in that thing, because all you do is wander around and like look at pictures of tables. Like there is nothing to do in Ultima Raqui Regum. That being said, it is an absolutely incredible achievement of procedural generation, and an incredible example of what could be done with procedural generation if more people messed around with procedural generation in that format. It's just, I don't know. The existence of projects like that just make me dream of what would happen if a big studio just decided to make, I'm going to take this squad off of training because they need to go do other things. It just makes me dream of what would happen if a studio with a large budget made a game without graphics. You know, it's for the same reason that like I would love to see what would happen if a studio with a big budget would make a game like Warsim, you know? For reference, Warsim, Realm of Esselona, this thing. It's just a fully text-based kingdom management game where you play king, queen, or other important person in charge of a country, and you interact with different races that are all generated, and there's a lot of like preset set stuff, but also a lot of random stuff. And it's just a super neat, weird little game that's really easy to just power a bunch of hours into. It's really goddamn fun. I wish there was more stuff like that. Also completely playable if you have no working vision, which is part of my fascination with it as my eyes get worse. I don't know anything about how the back end of that stuff works. So it's kind of fascinating just like reading this GitHub stuff that you guys are talking about, because I know very little about this stuff. Although I'm so bad with GitHub, like people send me a GitHub file and they're like, yeah, download this. And I'm just like, I can't figure out how. Also, Ghost apparently is doing some research. What are you researching? I wonder. You are carrying a strawberry? I don't know what you're carrying. Oh, you weren't. You were just underneath somebody who was carrying a strawberry. You're going to go do research. I wonder what you're going to go research. Hey, Seeker, what's up? Seeker, your dwarf is 5 years old. She has a broad body with fused lobed earlobes and a very broad chin, and her hair is clean shaven. Her sunken cobalt eyes have large irises, and her most recent thought was, I played with a mini forge and I really enjoyed that. She felt enjoyment after playing with the mini forge. She felt enjoyment after playing make-believe, and she felt blissful sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. I wonder if she has like the little like dangly things that make her bed look like a princess. She's currently standing on a chest, probably in her parents' bedroom, just playing. Just playing. Hope you're doing well, Seeker. You can link it if you want, Crazed, for whatever it's worth. Could totally just link it, I don't care. As always, there's no rules about links in this chat, just, you know, please don't post porn, otherwise I'd have to ban you. Please don't be a big dumb. If you be a big dumb, you will be a big gun, because you won't be in the chat anymore. Although there was one time someone accidentally had something bad copy-pasted and posted it in my chat and claims it was a mistake. And you know what? I'll give them the benefit of the doubt the one time. It was very funny. What's that? Go to Google and hit I'm feeling lucky. You'll find out real fast. I wonder what book Axon's carrying. What book that? Unix-bound codex, a nice-bound codex. Written portion consists of a one-page manual entitled "The History of Beliefs," authored by the great Padinsky. It concerns the nature of belief. The writing has a very serious tone. It's not awful, but not very good either. This is a Christian stream. You keep telling yourself that. Hail Satan. I mean, what? Nice? Nice! Yes, nice. It's a nice book. Nice book, bound in nice. Written about nice things, such as nice. Concerning nice, involving nice. And other nice things. Be nice, kids. Speaking of nice, apparently there's now new moderator tools for Discord partners. Neat. That I will never use because moderating Discords. You guys just behave yourselves, okay? 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 Cool. Thanks. That'd be boring. Right? 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 Where's the fun? Just posted 11 ASCII cocks in general chat. You keep doing you, boo. You keep doing you, boo. It's funny because he didn't. No balls. Freskins. No balls. Even the mouse agrees. Even the mouse agrees! Everybody needs a little bit of dong awareness. Ah, cooler. Come on. Come on! Stumbling around obliviously. Poor dwarf. All right, let's go request some merchants because we need merchants stat. I'm just going to request a bunch of merchants because they can work as temporary workers and hopefully hook up with my dwarves and make more dwarves. And hopefully the dwarven breeding program continues. And Peter, this dwarf, should, yeah, there you go, run off and make request of channel dens. I was surrounded by people that felt incredibly lonely. As a streamer, I feel that every day. I am more connected and like known by more people than I've ever known in my entire life, and I feel like I know less people than I've ever known in my entire life. It's a very weird thing to describe. So relatable. I understand. Been there. Back from tabletop. Hopefully fun things happen at tabletop. Hopefully you rolled well and didn't roll poorly and didn't roll your hip, because that would be bad. Rubber Duck says hi. It's just text on a screen? Oh, yeah. It's funny, like, I try to explain that to my parents on a regular basis, and they're like, what do you mean? Thousands of people watch you every day. I'm like, oh, I know. I don't know any of them. Well, that's not totally true. I know, like, 8 or 9 of you. I mean, as an adult, those still hurt, but high school exes don't count. As an adult, yeah, I get it, that hurts, but like... Life gets better when you get out of high school. I will say that. The two best things I ever did in my life, graduate and move the fuck out. Two best things I ever did in my life. Never doing either of those again. All right, there we go. We got some new arrivals. If anybody would like a merchant, they might be 100 years old, but you can have one. 155, like I said. 142. Oh, hey, you're not going to die immediately. And you didn't bring your husband. God damn it. Let's just wait until they all get here. Then we'll check them out one by one. And looks like there's a bunch of elk over there. Look at all those E's. Emus? Not elks. I was wrong. Australia's attacking, chat. We have to scream in fear. Wow. That's, you know, I requested a whole bunch because normally none of them actually show up. All right, well, we suddenly have a lot more helping hands. That's kind of cool. So we now have 51 dwarves in the fort because I accidentally requested way too many. Whoops. It's fine. I can just, most of them will probably die in a few years anyway. So, guess I should go through these. Can you be the oldest and die within a year? Do you actually want to die within a year? I mean, there's like a dozen for me to go through, so. 162, that's pretty old. They always send the seniors. 154. I think 162 is the oldest one I've seen so far. 148. You know, like a young, strapping young lad. 155. 158. 150. I mean, any of these like 150-year-old dwarves could live another like 20 years. 150. Can you adopt them? I mean, yes, you can keep them if you want. 150. 158. I think 162 is the oldest one I've seen so far. 155. A lot of them are 155. 150. 150. A lot of, I think that they are all just 150. 155. They're all like 150 or 155. I don't know what it is, but there's a thing with merchants where they're always like in their 150s. Yeah, these are the dwarves that they don't want to have in their fortress, basically. 153. 142. That dwarf's pretty young. And 155. So 162 is the oldest. And, is this 2 or 3? I can't remember, Aqua. You could get a mayor? I've always had a mayor. I've had a mayor for 100, 200 years. Was it the 2nd or the 3rd, Aqua? I can't remember. Do you remember? Number 3. He is annoyed when caught in the rain. Well, good to know you are a dwarf. You are married to Rith Bolts and a worshipper of Ashen. And Rith Bolts is in the fortress and is 154. Look at you with the cute young wife. He personally values loyalty and sees merrymaking as a waste, values nature, and does not really value skills related to fighting, and dreams of mastering a skill. The actual interesting thing is because we have over 50 dwarves now, we could get attacked by giants again. And Ettins and all those Cyclopses and Minotaurs, and very quick to anger, and tends to not reveal personal information. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He has an active sense of humor and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind working outdoors, and at least for a time. He likes hematite, platinum, morganite, giant jaguar leather, sheeple, and, of course, the color copper. Figurines and crutches in the words of the number of glistening. Values nature. There's nothing against elves. What do you have against elves? You got something against elves. That's mighty racist of you, my friend. Elves bring us lovely, tasty, giant animals to eat. And on a good week, they bring us very large, lovely, tasty, giant animals for us to eat. And if we get really, really lucky, they bring us rare, large, giant, tasty animals to eat. They brought us many fluffy wamblers and many, what do you call it? Actually, no, they're eco-terrorists. The elves are basically PETA in Dwarf Fortress. Graphics? Tile set? Well, you found the tile set, the first one, Minion Bob. Just click that link and it'll download for you. Even your name is Brelf. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. But then why are you accusing my good dwarves of being like elves? In fact, the elves are such good friends with us. We know all of their dances and how to play their musical instruments. You missed your death again? Unfortunately, yes. You did indeed miss your death again. But what I will tell you, Socks, is where are you buried? Ah. You got buried in a relatively nice iron sarcophagus. Mm-hmm. And we're tree-hugging dwarves. It's a very metal sarcophagus, yes. I too love it. Stone fell into depression. Stone, no. I need to put a different dwarf in charge of the military. Let's say blue water. And then where did stone go? There you are. What do the merchants do? Everything that the normal dwarves do except for join the military. They can't join the military because they are not permanent residents in the fort. They're essentially like migrant workers, so they're like temporary workers. They do not, there's certain tasks that they cannot do, but what I use them for is I invite them into the fortress, let them live here, and hope that they make children. And then when they make children, I have children from other bloodlines so that we don't have to worry about cousins getting married, which isn't necessarily a problem in DF. It's just a little weird. I saw a dwarf tell a story of the appointment of Pablo to the position of militia commander of the Eternal Adventure of Time in the mid-spring of 159 at the Simple Dinner, and it is interesting. Well, at least you were interested after watching the performance. You need to request another elderly merchant? You got it, Ming. I told the story of the removal of Tapio Cobaltnose as the position of sheriff in the Eternal Adventure of Time in the Midstring of 25 at the Simple Dinner, and I enjoyed that. She felt enjoyment while performing and pleasure near a very fine glass window. She is 154 years old, born on the 25th of Limestone in the year 88. Her eyebrows are incredibly high, her small-lobed ears are extraordinarily broad, and her hair is very long. And it is neatly combed. Her cobalt eyes are slightly close set, and her head is somewhat short. She personally believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, finds eloquent and artful speech off-putting, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Dreams of mastering a crafterwork someday. Crafting a masterwork someday. She almost never feels discouraged. She is very slow to anger, and she is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. So you're an elf hater, I guess. She likes to take it easy and sometimes can act without deliberation. She is stubborn and she is quite polite. She is quite ambitious. There we go. She doesn't seek out excitement. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She occasionally overindulges, and she can handle stress. She has a greedy streak, and she can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Well, if you can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings, please go to your husband, who's Aquasar, and make babies. Thanks. Your IV? Oh, whoops. I will take your word for it. Let's give you the yerbs. Let's get you dyeing, lime making, and milling, and brewing. A little bit of a different set of jobs for you. And of course, the healthcare. Dwarf mom 100%? Yeah, I hope so. Shout out to Dwarf mom. That's not true, Seeker. That's disgusting. Only children say that. An exclamation point children is a thing. Don't worry, I don't hate you. I don't hate you or anything. I mean, yeah, you are a champion dyer in this fortress. To the point where you could probably give us dyeing lessons. Lessons in dyeing, of course. The practice of making cloth a different color with different dyes. Very exotic, in fact. Looks like it's elevator squad in the count again. Is one of those dyes blood? No, that is not a dye. There is red root dye, emerald dye, and blue dye, I think. Have a good drive. Drive safe, Stone. And another human caravan has arrived. Speaking of motorways, it looks like one is driving into the fortress right now. And I am just going to quickly do a thing, which is going to take me a minute. The quick way of giving everybody the basic jobs so that they can at the very least help with the important things. I.e. hauling. We'll see you later. Aqua, thanks for chucking a sub out into the crowd, and thanks for hanging out and being awesome. Cheers. I will see you tomorrow normal time. Today's stream's gonna be a little short because I got grown-up stuff to do this afternoon, but cheers. Ah. Cybrick. Alright, done. Locum. This is going to hopefully be a very quick transition. Also remember, chat, it is the first day of the week, meaning all the leaderboards are reset. If you want that #1 badge next to your name, it literally costs you a penny. Streamers got to pay bills somehow. But we all good.
#1.
#1. Thanks for the $1. Cheers, man. Servish. I think that's almost all of them. Ton. The ton. We're almost there. But thank you very much for taking that #1 spot, man. And there we go. That should be everything. Also bring all ammo, all anvils, all training weapons. Anything else I want to sell? Not really. Motor would crash. Oh no! You a couple extra digits on there. But thank you much, guys. Thank you much, everybody, for all the support and everybody for hanging out today. And big shout outs to Kiri for the big raid at the start of the stream. Chat, we need recommendations in the roguelikes sub-channel on Discord for good co-op roguelites. So any run-based games that are co-op. Because someone is asking for recommendations. So if you have recommendations for good games with co-ops that are also run-based, it'd be appreciated. I personally don't play a lot of those myself. Most of the games I play are very much not that. Oh, another update to Curious Expedition. I need to play that at some point. God, there's so much clothing getting put away. So much goddamn clothing. Currently running through all the games I own and thinking if I can recommend any to this person. Not immediately colliding with any. Although I'm always like shocked at some of the games that I own on Steam when I look. It's like I don't remember buying any of these. But apparently I own these. Well, that's not true. I remember buying some of them, but not all of them. Speaking of games that I own, I need to go back and play some of those levels of Proteus. Does Contra count? I mean, by modern roguelite definitions, probably. I mean, no, but probably. Probably. Like, doesn't Spelunky have co-op, or am I making that up? Am I imagining that, or does Spelunky have co-op, chat? Spelunky has co-op? I mean, that's one. You know, I just realized that I have 69 achievements in Risk of Rain 2, and you know what? I'm okay with this. I'm actually okay with this. God, there's so many run-based games that claim to be roguelikes now. It hurts. I mean, here's the thing, right? Roguelite doesn't mean anything. That's the thing. But I'm just recommending games to this person. Because there's so many. There's so many. Souls-like is... here's the thing, right? The problem, and this is actually like what I've kind of come to terms with recently, is the problem isn't that there is a lot of games called roguelike. The problem is people use the term roguelike as a subgenre when it's not a subgenre, you know? So they're roguelike isn't a subgenre. Roguelike is a very specific thing, right? But people use it as a subgenre. So they tack it onto other things. So it's like, this is a game that I would consider to be like a twin-stick shooter with run-based mechanics that they call a roguelike. Run-based is the term that they're actually looking for. So a game like, let's just say Spelunky is a platformer that's run-based. It's a run-based platformer. Let's say Risk of Rain. It's a co-op third-person shooter that's run-based. Let's say, I don't know, Nova Drift is a Asteroids clone that's run-based. They're run-based games with builds and procedural generation from A to B. Nope. Borrowed Trauma is not. That would be a simulation game. It could be a simulation game with run-based elements. In order to be a roguelike, you have to be a turn-based, procedurally generated dungeon with no meta progression and no run to run progression and item discoverability every time. So unknowns, mysteries, and procedural generation. Like, for me, the minimums in order for a game to be a roguelike is turn-based and procedural generation and no meta progression. If you have one of those three things, you're not a roguelike. So if you're a turn-based game with meta progression, you're not a roguelike. If you're a turn-based game with power creep, you're not a roguelike. So when you say, is Barotrauma a roguelike? No, absolutely not. It's a simulation game. It's not even an action roguelike. It's a simulation game. Also, I really don't want to have this argument with people because nobody... Okay, this argument does three things. It pisses me off, makes me sad, and makes me really fucking angry. So if you want to do one of those three things, continue this argument. Continue this discussion and try and pick my brain with it. It's like calling XCOM an RTS. Just stop. Let me have my specific genre of games that I really, really like. And don't say, is this a this? Is this a this? No, it's not. Not even close. Action roguelikes aren't a thing. Socks, I'm going to hurt you. Where it counts, I'm going to hit you right in the, I don't know, bop button, I guess. XCOM and RTS. Please! Please! Please. Now you're just being mean to me. You're just simply trying to hurt me. You're very good at it, though. What Seeker said. I'll just say this. It's the same feeling that I get when I played Battletech, the week Battletech came out, and there was a streamer who had the title New MechWarrior RTS for the entirety of the week, and no one told him. No one told him that RTS stands for real-time strategy. Then someone puts a number and then you put the next. Yep. I mean, you're not the only people who do those motorway trains in the count. There's lots of people who do. It just goes and goes and goes. It's a very simple genre, roguelikes. And if people would just simply use games that have run-based mechanics and call them run-based games instead of roguelikes, I would have a lot lower blood pressure. But nobody cares. And people have just taken it and claimed that the fight's over, and so I guess the fight's over.
Number 1 crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
You know what's really cool, Wild Peak, is you have a badge for a convention that never happened. It's a badge for a convention that doesn't exist. Thanks for the $2. Cheers, man. Yeah, it's definitely a robot tactical shooter. It's definitely a robot tactical shooter. I wouldn't even call it a tactical shooter, though, because a tactical shooter is like Arma or Rainbow Six. You're sticking with your mystery badge? Cheers. How's things? I'm all right. I'm supposed to get my second dose of Moderna in 2 hours and 45 minutes, which is kind of wild. We'll see if that actually happens. I'll believe it when it's in me. So. Blue is vomit. It's all vomit. It's a problem that I need to deal with. Most of it is the children that just grew up. Yeah, the only reason I qualify is because I am immunocompromised and extremely high risk, air quotes. So. And I am just barely in the window to get it. Yeah, cave adaptation. Well, the kids, they grow up, and while they're growing up, they basically just live in their bedrooms. They never leave, so then they go outside and they see the sun. I can't wait. Like, here's the thing. Everybody talks about how beautiful Dwarf Fortress is going to look with the Steam version. I just look at Dwarf Fortress Steam version and go, there's going to be blood and vomit everywhere. Blood, vomit, and used clothing everywhere, all the time. It's not going to look anything like that. Dead turtles, blood, vomit, just, oh, God. It's going to be distressing. I can't wait. And fish? Yeah, well, that's turtles. Mussels, turtles, fish, you know, guppies. Don't threaten me with a good time. What, blood and vomit? I mean, you do you, boo. Don't let me change you. A rotting Etten. Yep. Just like, you know, a dead cat in the hallway. Just all of the normal shit. Just made you super sleepy for a thing. You shouldn't recommend vaccination. It should just straight up be mandatory by law. The fact that it's optional shocks me. But, you know. You know. They'll look beautiful, Stone. Tons of barrels full of blood. That's actually a bug that they left in because it was funny. Because Tarn said it so that the caravans will bring item or liquid in item. So liquid in item, random liquid. And it was supposed to just be like drinks, right? Well, random liquids also included blood, mucus, pus, etc. So tears, which is why you can get barrels of gremlin tears from humans. Stone's feeling a little bit better. Stone, so your girl's feeling a little bit better. Still depressed, but a little better. Blood barrels, get your barrels full of blood here, blood barrels. Anybody need blood barrels? We got all the blood barrels you could ever need. No, it's part of lack of education. It's got nothing to do with distrust. It's lack of education. Lack of education and inaccurate information being spread in rumors. The places that have the lowest vaccination rates have the lowest taxes, and the worst schools. That's all it is. It's just lack of proper information being spread and lack of education, which is very unfortunate. But it's also just how humans work. We're not the best at educating each other, and not everybody's educated. Generally, I like to believe that most of the people watching this stream are educated. What? Random liquids? No, random liquids are completely useless because it's a bug. I don't even think they can empty them. Would make sense for a vampire fortress? Yeah, but, like, vampires can't use barrels full of blood. So... It's unfortunate, but it's the truth. You know? Such is life. As time goes on and people slowly get more educated, issues like that will become less and less. Hopefully. We just need to get better at teaching people and educating people and helping them learn. And get better at, you know, stopping false information spreading and rumors spreading, and like you know, I know that everybody's fucking tired of talking about it, myself included, but like just the screaming about AstraZeneca killing people with blood clots is the most moronic thing I've seen in years, because it has a significantly lower rate of death than birth control for the exact same reason. It's like birth control kills you with blood clots. More women die every year of blood clots from birth control than have ever died from AstraZeneca blood clots. Yet here we are, people screaming about the fact that a couple people died from AstraZeneca. And so suddenly it's like the only reason I'm getting my second shot now and not months ago is because of the delays of AstraZeneca. And then suddenly Moderna was like significantly in higher demand because, oh, nobody wants AstraZeneca. If AstraZeneca was more available around here to a wider number of people, then we'd be fine. Yet people are still being prescribed the same birth control. It's like, it's fucked up. But there will always be people that complain about mechanics in video games. Seeker. Always. Just ignore it. It's fine. But anyway. It sounds like most human problems. Most of our problems are caused by our own stupid. Not actually caused by legitimate problems. But what do I know, you know? What do I know? I mean, we already have cat girls. There are people who believe that they are cat girls in their mind, and on the internet they portray that image of being a cat girl. What's the difference between having real physical cat girls and just convincing yourself that you are a cat girl and thus being a cat girl? So we already have them. It's just a matter of time until we have the legal genetic modifications or plastic surgery necessary to be able to do that in real life. Cat girl, not to be confused with crazy cat lady. Two totally different things. Probably, yeah, Frogfire. Probably. You've seen two in real life. I mean, I'm not gonna say that that's not true because I haven't lived your personal experiences. You are what you think you are in your own personal mind. I think I'm a psychotic, crazy person who's probably bipolar. Probably not wrong. But, you know, our own reality is different to everybody else's reality because our own reality is from our own perspective. If you believe that nobody else exists, do they really exist? In Dwarf Fortress? No, but we do have cougar people and jaguar people. Because domestic animals don't have man or giant variants, but so you can't have like a dog man, right? But you could have like a mountain lion person. Deep? As deep as the echoey chamber that is my brain. But you know what has more connections than our brain? And thus is potentially carrying more intelligence around than our brain? Mushroom colonies. And you know what the trees use to talk to each other? Mushroom colonies. You know what's pretty cool? Mushroom colonies. The longest you've ever lived in adventure modes was a butterfly man spear person? Sounds about right. Did you just like fly over everything that was scary? It's like, oh god, it's scary, and then you just fly away. Longest I ever lived in adventure mode actually was a hamster man. I tamed a horse and rode it around for a bit. I went and said bad poetry in a tavern. Oh, fuck yeah, I endorse Mushroom Colonies. Speaking of Mushroom Colonies, really good movie. Give me a second, I'll give you a link. Caverns were your downfall? I died in a river. I was swimming, because I was practicing swimming. I was jumping into the shallows, and then jumping out, and then jumping in, and then jumping out, and then jumping in, and jumping out, and jumping in, jumping out, jumping in, jumping out, jumping in, jumping out, jumping in, and it froze, and I died instantly. I highly recommend renting that film and watching it. Or finding a way to watch it online. You do you, but they deserve money for it, so I recommend renting that film. Life is hard as a hamster person. You can't carry very much because you are like a foot tall and don't have a lot of strength. No upper body strength, you know what I'm saying? And there's a troll living in it? Only one? There's more where that came from. Hey, at least it was a troll and not a Batman. Because Batmen work alone. Unless they work with Nightwings. Their parents are dead. They tend to target dwarves whose comedian stat is the highest. And they're always in disguise. And if you turn off disguises in your settings screen, they will show up as nobles. Ballista arrows and crowns. I like how if I type in ball ass, it's the wrong thing. Ball ass. Can only type in one L. Stop barfing. He's puking rainbows. Just let him laser his rainbows at things. That's Pride Month. You gotta vomit rainbows all over the fucking floor. Come on. I'll just be in my apartment boring and straight. You guys go have fun. While I pet my mouse and rubber duck. Mushrooms are horrifying. The average body temperature of humans is getting lower. Eventually, our bodies will be unable to ward off fungal infection. Much of humanity will die. It's going to be a fungi time, you mean? We're all going to be a bunch of fungi. That'll be great. You mean... Eh. Yeah, that's how we will truly become fun. It's okay, I'll be dead long before that happens. In the far future, there will be 3 intelligent races running the earth after humans have gone extinct. Mushrooms, cockroaches, and octopodes. I mean octopussies. I too welcome our new mushroom overlords. They taste delicious and are awesome. And Matt, like this is just the hippie in me who smokes way too much weed talking for a split second here. Imagine if we could talk to mushroom colonies. And imagine if we could use those mushroom colonies to talk to the trees. Imagine what they'd say. It would probably be something like, "You are a bunch of fucking murderers and I hope you all fucking die." It would be something along those lines. But imagine if we could do that. "Hi, Lemon. How you doing? It's good to see you." Insomnia strikes again. I'm sorry. Hopefully that insomnia gets a little bit more passive as time goes on. Have some tea. Sit down. Listen for a bit. Dank memes? I'm not much of a memes person. Billy Goat got stung by a honeybee. Oh, no. No, they're trees. They're actually, I would say that they're probably closer to ents. Kind of confused, ATM? About? Anything that I can help with? If you don't want to talk about it, then you don't need to. You can just hang out. Yeah, you can. Here, you know what's great about mushrooms? If you have a modular synthesizer, you can run your modular synthesizer through mushrooms and it will completely change the sounds of it. One of the reasons why I'm slowly building a modular synthesizer wall. Slowly. Although it's going to take me like 5 years to actually obtain enough synthesizers to be able to do what I want to do, but. You know, to this day, I am a almost 27-year-old adult. I have literally never seen a single second of any Smurf media. The only exposure I've had to the Smurfs are memes, ads on the internet, and a friend of mine's blanket growing up that had Smurfs all over it, and a friend of mine's and his older brother's pajamas that had Smurfs on the legs. Literally never seen the Smurfs in my life. And you know what? I think I'm okay. How you doing, Redbeard? It's good to see you. Before Blind Arrow Mushrooms and things, I just need like $10,000. Aquafunkilistic booty wrap. Like 10 grand? Done. I will give you 4-hour generative synthesizer performances on Twitch. I need like 10 grand. Currently, I have a pedal, power module, and one synthesizer module, so it's gonna take a while. Minions? Sorry, those don't you mean Despicable Me? Despicable Me 1 is a fantastic film. It's a pity they made a sequel. Also, Minions are corn pops, not Smurfs. I don't know what a snork is. You're part of an AI competition, and your project is to make a real-time sign language translation system based on Google's state-of-the-art. Okay. The Google researcher has kind of beaten you to the punch and has given you the resources that he has at his disposal. I don't know if you can make a dent in the volume of work he's doing. You lost 3 weeks because you had to deal with a depressive phase. Well, so like you're wondering if you should continue or not. What do you lose if you do and don't complete it? Nothing. Probably a compliance. So if you complete it and you fail, you lose personal self-esteem kind of deal? I mean, I know very little about this industry, so chat might be able to help a little bit more with this. But for me, it's like, just, yeah, continue. Why not? I like, if anything, like, it's a learning phase. But like I completely bleh. I completely understand the going through depressive phase and losing a lot of time in work. Like I lost quite a bit of money and time and effort and followers over the past 2 months because I've been on and off, imbalanced, and super goddamn depressed. And as a streamer and an entertainer, when I'm depressed, the quality of my broadcasts go down. When the quality of my broadcasts go down, my output goes down. When my output goes down, the interest that people have in watching me goes down. And when the people who are watching me are less interested in watching me or decide to watch other people, then that directly connects to my income going down because there's less people around watching, which means less random tips, which means less random hype trains, which means less random subs, which means my money goes down, which then drives my mental state further into the dumpster. So I fully understand that bit, and that part is really difficult and hard to like deal with. But outside of that, like I personally would just say keep at it. Like why not? I like there's very little to lose on your end. You had 2 teammates and they dropped out. You just don't know how you, with 1 guy and 0 corporate resources, can even make something meaningful versus a PhD student with a backing from ETH and Google. What do you have to gain? Right? Like, here's the thing. In stuff like this, it's like, sure, what do you have to compete against? Maybe nothing. Maybe you get wrecked. But if you learn something and this is the industry that you work in, the only thing you have to do is gain, right? You know, it would be like, I'm trying to think about it. I don't really have like a, actually, here's the thing. I went to Canada Games as a sprint kayaker. I was not very good. I didn't qualify in any of the major races, only got to race on the first day, and the only thing I even did remotely well in was one of the least important races of the entire event, which was the 6-kilometer distance marathon race and the 10-kilometer. The 10-kilometer, I came, I think, 26th out of like 240 participants in my age category for boys. And in the 6th kilometer, I came in 17th. So I went to Canada Games and in the grand scheme of things, gained nothing. I didn't get a single medal. I didn't even place, and I didn't even qualify for all of the short distance races, which are the ones that actually matter because they're the ones that are at the Olympics. What did I gain? Got a massive trip. I got to hang out with people. I got to go to Quebec twice, which was cool. I got to go on vacation. I got to visit Quebec City. I got to meet a lot of people. And I got to train to go do that, and I got to be the fittest I've ever been in my life. I also got bullied a shit ton, picked on, very few people liked me, and one of the other athletes hooked up with a girl who was hitting on me for a bit, which was unfortunate. So, like, you know, I certainly lost a lot of mental health, but I definitely gained more than I lost out of the whole experience, and I would do it again if I was given the opportunity to do it again, even though I sucked and didn't really compete in any, like, category that mattered. So, that's not really a, like, helpful comparison, but if you have knowledge to gain and it's an industry that matters to you, that means jobs in the future, even just competing, even if you get wrecked, who cares? And I was pretty fast too, Aqua, all things considered. And the annual tribute from Nulan Abo have arrived. Whoo, they say. Well, hell yeah then. Like, I see nothing but positives for continuing, even if you don't even compete. Even if you don't even compete. Even if it's just like, oh yeah, you get steamrolled and like you're just like the outline on the pavement as the steamroller goes over you. Who cares? Like at the end of the day, like you got nothing but net positives to gain. But I do fully agree. Like I feel very similarly in the tired of getting repeatedly smacked. Like even in streaming, I've been streaming for 8 years, right? And in the time that I've been streaming, I can't count the number of times people have put significantly less work into what they do and have infinitely surpassed me. Like, I can't count the number of times that that's happened, either by just sheer luck, happenstance, right place, right times, or just simply having more famous friends. You know, like it's literally in my entire career, the number of people I know who are now super fucking famous, and I'm just this guy in the corner playing Dwarf Fortress. You know, do what you can to get you forward in life. And like Frog for Hire literally just said, it's like if life isn't smacking you, you're not living, right? Like I've been homeless. I've worked in dead-end jobs. I've been fucked around. I've been put in really precarious situations. I mean, here's the thing. Like, up until 2019, I was barely making rent. I had an expensive, now ex-girlfriend, who had expensive hobbies that I had to pay for. This job, albeit, I love streaming full time, and I will probably do this for a very, 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 very long time. Didn't make me a livable wage up until I'd been doing it for 6 years, right? And I worked multiple dead-end jobs. I probably took years off of my life, killing myself at night shift jobs to build this into what it is now, which is slightly above minimum wage, right? And like, realistically, that's what I make. For where I live, I think $25,000 a month, or $25,000 a year under what is considered the poverty line. So whatever it means to you, just hang in there. You'll get there. But I understand the frustrations. It fucking sucks. Like, I don't really like name dropping people, but there are a lot of people that are at the upper echelon of Twitch these days, where I look around and I remember when they had 2-3 viewers and I was rating them and tripling their view count in 2014. Is getting gaslit by your family. I would love to continue this discussion, but I need to do this for Stone, so you can screenshot it, and then the other one, and then I really need to pee. So let's just like continue this conversation in like a minute. It's just because someone solved it doesn't mean it's solved for all of the folks. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, it's very much a buck rabbit. You better buck that rabbit. But no, it's stuff like this is so fucking difficult, right? Because like, for every person who is hyper financially successful, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people in lemon cone, snow cone situations. Go pee. I will in a sec. So, you know, it's completely fucking relatable, you know, and there's 76 people watching this stream right now, and I'd be willing to bet that a large portion of them can completely fucking relate to where you're at, you know? One Nicolas Cage is the group of soaring. I will be back in a sec. I'm sorry, but I can relate to need to pee is maybe one of the funniest sentences I've read in my chat today. Getting caught up on chat. Hey, Patchwork. How's the busy few weeks been? Remember you saying that you weren't going to be around for a minute. I hope you survived. I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm probably not the best person to really talk to about like AI shit because I don't know anything about any of that shit, but it was a Nicolas Cage. It literally was a nickel cage, a single nickel cage. The classic. No. There you go. It's getting held up by some annoying circumstances. Sounds like life. Can Batman be in a nickel cage? In theory, if there was a Batman on the map, I could trap a Batman in a nickel cage. Yes. Oh, okay. I thought you just weren't paying attention and didn't get it. Here I was being nice. But yeah, no, it's shit like that's so fucking difficult because like I completely understand the getting fucked around thing because it's like I don't know. I went from being like trying to go to school to learn how to, well, not learn, but I was trying to go to school for music theory and get into composition and soundtrack composition and score production. And then Dad lost his job. All of my funds to go to school went out the window. I had to get a full-time job. I was looking at potentially like up to $150,000 in student loans. I opted to not do that and just went and stayed in my dead-end job, worked the dead-end job for 3 years, moved out, ended up homeless, lost the vast majority of my savings, had to slowly rebuild that, started trying to stream, got sued by a landlord. I mean, I have a Nicolas Cage tile set, Patchwork, which I'll be using on June 3rd, assuming we raise enough money for me to use tile sets that have only one sprite. Anyway, but because I will be doing a charity stream on my birthday, Patchwork, which is June 3rd, in 2 days. Like, so I fully fucking get it. I fully fucking get it. UK immigration law changes, Indian elections, local financial crash, local tax law change, another crash, no pandemic. No, I get it. I fucking get it, dude. Like my luck's kind of turned around in the last year, which is funny because like, well, financially my luck has turned around since 2019, but physically it's like now my entire body's falling apart and I'm being told that like, oh, yo, you will be completely blind in 15 years. Like, it's like the hits don't stop, the hits keep coming and they don't stop coming because like it's literally just gonna keep coming, right? It's like I have 15 years until my eyes go away. Do I have a mental disorder? I have chronic depression, and I'm legally blind, and I have type 1 diabetes, which is making my eyes disintegrate faster than they already were because of pre-standing birth defects, meaning I will be completely blind in, give or take, 15 years. But I have a fucking cool stream community. I don't have any ADD or ADHD or anything. I mean, substance abuse is the first thing that people turn to when they are overworked. Substance abuse and being overworked are intrinsically linked, which is why you see a lot of use of hard drugs in Wall Street and why you see a lot of use of cheap street drugs amongst people that are either underpaid and overworked or working multiple jobs. Yeah, post liaison has arrived, but what? What time of year are we? Where's the rest of the? What? Outpost liaison and a dude with a cage? That's incredibly simple-minded patchwork. The higher stress the work environment and the longer the hours, the higher the rates of substance abuse. I am an angel. I'm glad you think that, but how do I word this? Well, number one, I'm not religious, but it's... I'm not the greatest person. It's really fucking funny. Okay, that is really strange. We just got a trade caravan that's literally just a single dwarf. That's very odd. Kavish, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. What do you request from the Mountain Homes? The wood, but like, where are the rest of the dwarves? Yeah, I mean, everything in moderation. I've had to cut back on my cannabis intake because it was starting to impact me negatively. But like, without cannabis, I probably wouldn't be alive today. I'll be completely blunt. But no, cultural substance abuse is still substance abuse, but it's heavily linked to being overworked. If you're overworked and highly stressed, you're more likely to abuse substances, be that cigarettes, alcohol, weed, or stronger. Most people who abuse substances are trying to escape from something, be that your own head or people around you. When I worked in kitchens, the reason I took substances was because of the people around me. Now it's because of my own head. There's been a lot of studies done on those things. Like, heroin abuse is most common in regions where heavy pain medications are highly prescribed. High amounts of pain medication being prescribed to people who then develop a dependency because it's their only way around the pain. And pain medication is cheaper than healthcare in a lot of countries. You can be overworked and not super stressed, but yeah, I agree. Generally, it's the two are heavily linked for sure, but you can't really have one without the other. Or rather, sorry, you can have one without the other. Hey, Stone is no longer stressed. Went from being super goddamn depressed down to nothing. Perfect. That's why the military drug tests so much. I don't know very much about the military, but that's also because I completely avoid the subject usually. I mean, I'll tell you this, normal coping mechanisms don't help for me when I'm super depressed. It's just straight up they don't. So, I don't know. Sorry for getting super dark with this shit, but it's one of those things where it's like, it's important to talk about, you know? The Navy at least has a huge problem with drinking. I believe that. Why is the rum always gone? You know what I'm saying? No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Like, I think people who watch my streams are used to this stuff. Chronic depression gang. Woo! I don't know. It's the thing that I always return to, that I always tell people when we talk about shit like this, is like, just remember that we evolve really slowly. Like humans, our brains, our bodies, our physique, we evolve as a species very slowly. We've been evolving as a species for thousands of years, right? Well, you know what's evolved extremely quickly, especially in recent times? Not our brains, but this. Technology has evolved extremely fucking fast in an extremely fucking short period of time. So because technology is evolving at an incredibly rapid rate, like an absurdly rapid rate. Yeah, like something broke with the traders and they just didn't show up. That's bizarre. Whoa! I have a dead dwarf right there. Why didn't your body get put away? That body's been there for about a year. Whoops. Someone want to deal with that? Anyway, technology is evolving at an incredibly rapid rate, and are one of the suspected reasons for such poor mental health just in our species in the last 20 years, and the rapid decrease. Like we as a species right now are going through a mental health crisis because of partially technology. No, not the entire thing. I mean, the border is the edge. Well, not quite, but let's go up to the surface and then you'll see the edge. So not quite the whole thing, just a large portion of it. You feel like technology would be a positive? In fact, it's a net negative because it's forcing us to overstimulate, especially things like social media, the way news media works, the way news and media makes money, the way the internet makes money, the way people on the internet make money. You know, I make money by you watching me as long as possible, right? But that goes for every single website on the internet. They all make money from you looking at it as long as possible. Facebook makes money you staring at it as long as possible. Twitter makes money you staring at it as long as possible. YouTube makes money you watching as many videos as possible. Tinder makes money you swiping as much as possible. Twitch makes money you watching as much as possible. So every single site is competing for your attention. And because everything is competing for your attention, be that news blogs, Reddit, Twitch, Discord, everything, they all depend on your attention. So you are fixated on something called a screen. And they are all designed from the ground up to be as addictive as possible. The most dangerous drug in existence now isn't heroin, it's your web browser. And it's funny because like I talk to my parents about this and they're like, but you're an influencer. It's like your job is literally to keep people on the internet. Yeah. Go for a fucking walk. It's good for you. Go outside, take a nap, sleep. Sleep is not for the weak. Stop fucking saying that. It's not fucking true. And like, I know that some people maybe think that I'm kind of nuts when I ramble about this shit, but trust me, it's just the reality that we live in. Cool, that body's been dealt with. It's the reality that we live in. It's the world that we live in. It's the state of our society currently is. Everything is competing for your attention, and attention is money. And money is all that matters. You had pie this morning? I'm glad you did. I hope it was good pie. Right? So, like, this is kind of why, you know, they're like, I don't really want to, like, throw other streamers under the bus or anything, but if somebody suggests that they want to go do something else, please go do something else. Go watch something else. Go take a break, step up away from the computer. Go outside. Like, stick your hand in some dirt. Remember, like, we are creatures that are supposed to be in nature. We are supposed to be outside. We are supposed to be in the forest with no pants on. You know, we're not supposed to be cooped up in a room, sitting in a chair at a computer all day. Totally, Seven Man. Like, it's scary, and I feel like I'm fear-mongering when I talk about shit like this, but it's something that goes through my mind whenever I turn my stream on in the morning. You know, it's I want to be able to have an impact on somebody's life without having a negative impact on your life, right? It's part of the reason I've very heavily stepped away from Twitter. You know, I used to promote my Twitter all the time and try and get people to retweet things, but I kind of don't really want people signing into a Twitter account if you don't need to, right? And I had a conversation with a friend of mine about this a little while ago where it's like, I sometimes wonder about the YouTube videos that I upload that get a lot of views. Am I participating negatively in the YouTube algorithm that is figuratively and literally trapping people into spending more time at a screen than they need to? Am I participating in that negative feedback loop? Because I don't want to be. I want to be, like, when I started streaming, it was stress relief for myself, and it was a way that I could talk to my friends while playing single-player games. That's all it was for me initially. Like, the first 6 months to a year of me streaming was literally just me and my friend Bryce and my friend Mitch just hanging out in a Twitch chat while I played single-player games while they played League of Legends, because I didn't want to play League of Legends anymore. Right? It's like... But now it's my job. And if I can convince 2 people to delete a Facebook account and go on a hike, I see that as a net positive. If I can inspire somebody to talk about Dwarf Fortress in an interesting way, or an interesting video game in an interesting way, and make you think about something and go and make something, that's a net positive. If I can make you want to go for a walk and sit in a coffee shop and talk to somebody and have an interesting conversation about a subject that maybe I pointed you towards, that's a net positive. If I'm getting you stuck in an algorithm flipping through videos on TikTok, that's a net negative. How can I avoid that? How can I create something that inspires people to do something that is positive to their own mental health and positive to the future of our species and positive to the future of our society without participating in this negative feedback loop that is technology in the current date? You just want the Steam release? It'll come out when it's done. And you know what? You should participate in helping Tarn Adams' mental health stay high and helping him stay inspired to keep working on the awesome game that he provides completely for free right now, is it? Dwarf Fortress. I don't know if this is an even remotely interesting discussion, but this is my brain. This is my brain. And I will tell you one negative thing about my brain. The problem with my brain is the way my brain works is completely counterproductive to what I need to do as a fucking influencer, if that's what you want to call me, in order to make money. If I didn't listen to my brain and I just did all the steps that I know that I need to do to make money, I wouldn't be streaming Dwarf Fortress. I'd be streaming fucking, probably not Fortnite, but I'd be playing the new release that is the indie hotness. I'd be streaming that, promoting it on Twitter, spamming it all over everything, trying to get as many people watching as possible, asking big friends to raid me, and actually building a bigger community and growing faster and becoming a wrecking force on Twitch and trying to print as much money out of people's pockets as possible. I'm not trying to do that. I want to be sustainable, and I want my audience to be in good health, and I don't want to have a negative impact on anybody. I don't want to sell you guys a game that you're going to feel ripped off about. I don't want to participate in a negative purchase interaction. I don't want to promote a thing that isn't a positive on your life. But fuck, it's hard. You doubt you'd ever have found my stream? I mean, that's what I've built my audience on, right? Vim, that's what I've built my audience on. And it's funny because, like, every now and again people will ask me, they're like, what's your take on this stance that Twitch is taking on fucking hot tub streams? I'm like, I don't fucking care. 48 months! Thank you very much for the 48 months, Neil. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for watching the streams. Thanks for being awesome. Cheers, man. Thanks for the 48 months. That's fucking 4 goddamn years, dude. 4 years. 4 years of clicking that button and slowly helping keep me funded. Thank you. Enjoy your lurks in your sleep. Go post beers in FG's chat tomorrow. Dreadvic. Or whoever you're watching. You have a good one. There was that XCOM type game that you were sponsored that was really cool looking. I mean, I've done sponsored games, but I try and play games that are relevant. Jupiter Hell? It's on sale right now. Oopsies.
This is my
There you
favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
It's on sale. It's real good. There's a new update, not tomorrow, or not this coming Monday, or no, not yesterday, but next Monday. Yeah, next Monday. There's an update coming on the coming Monday, but yeah. They're adding a new endgame enemy that has a giant fucking death laser. But you know. You know. Streamer with integrity. I think there's a lot of streamers on Twitch with integrity. I have integrity to a fault. if that's possible, if it's possible to have too much integrity and have integrity to the point where you no longer are profitable in some respects, it's like, yeah, that's kind of me. That's kind of me, but that was a rant in the fucking half. I don't even know where that came from. You watched an episode of Co Carnages and Co's dropped frames, and Co talked about how he's extremely analytical and statistical in his approach to how he started. I mean, like, and in what way? Like, what's your point about stating that? Like, what information did that expose to you that you feel that that's worth bringing up, H2O? It's like if we weren't made for this, but you really want to meet someone who was. Yeah, kind of. I mean, my brain wasn't made for this. You know, I grew up outside in the fucking forest, right? Oh, that he's targeting exactly what we're discussing? I mean, I see those statistics. I see those numbers. Like, if I wanted to... Like, here's the thing. I love Co. Co is a great person. Like, I've hung out with him. I've had dinner with him and a bunch of other streamers. And I've had many conversations with him at events. He's a good dude. It's really fucking funny hearing him swear in person. Like, when Ezekiel the Third walked into the partner lounge and he just pointed at him and said, "What's up, you dumb cunt?" Really fucking loudly. It's very goddamn funny. But what I will say is Co Carnage has sold me on not one, but 2 games that I felt ripped off on. I bought into Arcade, an MMO, because of his streams very early on, like back when I had just first started streaming. A game that I played for like 7 hours, realized I really didn't like, got tired of quickly, and, you know, like, yeah, that was a bad purchase decision by me, but I was a gullible person who was looking for games to play with friends. And I bought in and regretted that purchase heavily. The other one was H1Z1 because he did a whole shit ton of early coverage on that game. And yeah, there was a lot of hype and a lot of interest in that game. And I bought into it and fucking regretted it. Like, as a person, he's a great dude. And he's very, very, very good at selling products. But man, I wish I could have gotten a refund for both of those games. Whereas, like, when I promote a game, when I'm trying to sell a game, it's because I fucking genuinely believe in it. Like, there will never be a time where I will try and sell you guys on a game that I don't believe in. That I don't enjoy playing myself, you know? And, like, you know, I try and provide coverage for and promote games that don't have a big audience because they are not known, you know? Games like Jupiter Hell, right? Like, yeah, 100,000 people, probably more, have played Doom RL, but Jupiter Hell has sold, like, what, 7,000 copies? Like, that's tiny. Like, they might be reaching 10,000 copies soon, but, like, that game is microscopic. It's, like, barely supporting the developer and his artist. It's, like, I really, really, really hope that he gets to keep making games because he makes games with his heart and not a business mind, and I respect the hell out of anybody who does that. You know, if you make things because you are genuinely passionate and fucking love making that thing, I will support that thing to the end of the road. That's how I feel about Dwarf Fortress. That's how I feel about Caves of Cud. That's how I feel about games like Soul Ash. That's how I feel about games like Last Flame, War Sim. You know, just people who are making games because it's a thing that they genuinely love making and want to keep making it. No, that's the publisher. The publisher is not the developer. The publisher is providing PR and influencer relations. That's it. The developer are two people. Frozenheim is a different studio completely that is signed with the same publisher. Very different very different people. Not even remotely connected. Yeah. Do not confuse publisher and developer. The developer for Jupiter Hell is Chaos Forge, which is Cornell, who I can't pronounce the last name of because he's fucking Polish. And I have an 1.5 hour long interview on my YouTube channel with him if you want to listen to that. But he's been developing games since the 90s. He worked as a hobbyist up until 2012, and since then has been an indie game developer working basically by himself. So he was a hobbyist before that, making fan games and a really big roguelike that never saw the light of day. So, but Frozenheim is a different studio that I'm not super familiar with that's simply signed with the same publisher. But I don't know. Lots of big rambles, chat. Fun stream, though. Fun stream. I hope they were good rambles. Looks like Sock Smells doing aight so far. Just need you to make some babies, Dwarves. But I guess kind of at the end of the day, Lemon, you do what you feel's right. But, you know, you kind of strike me as somebody who really has nothing to lose. So, fucking do your best work. Don't want to risk being depressed. I'll say this. Frostpunk is so fucking ludicrously stupid in its world. It's really, 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 really hard for that game. Uh-oh. There goes my camera. It's fucking really difficult for me to suspend my disbelief and actually take that game seriously. My camera needs a new battery because it can't run itself without its battery. So it will just periodically shut off. The Amazon package that arrived today is literally just 4 batteries. I realize I'm more zoomed out now because the camera's settings reset because I just had to reset my camera. But I hope that like makes a degree of sense. It's like, it's fucked up. But chat, in an 1.5 hours, I have to go get a vaccination. So I have to save Longdeath and call it. That rant went along about 15 minutes longer than I needed it to, but I guess the thing that I really have to say is just, you know, fucking thank you so much, everybody, for spending time and watching the stream and hanging out and doing what you guys do. Thank you for helping me stay funded and letting me do this, you know, in any format. Hopefully I can help. Tomorrow we'll do Longdeath. I don't know what we'll do in the evening. For those of you on the Patreon, I have a new game pool. It's a return to game pool, so games I played in the past that I want to go back to. So if you're supporting me on Patreon at any tier, you can go vote in that right now and pick a game that we're going to focus on this month. $1 a month to get in on that if you want. $2 a month gets you into the credits for my edited stuff that I put on YouTube, and $7 a month gets you the sound commands that you hear people using sometimes. $25 a month is a custom sound command that you hear people using sometimes. My stream team is running a community Minecraft server, which is relatively public. If you're interested in joining that, there's information on that Discord, which is my stream team's Discord. That's a link to my Patreon. And that's a link to my YouTube channel where you can increase my engagement score and keep my videos in the algorithm if you want. I think I'm going to send you guys over to Bellinair, who I hope will still be on for a bit. He's playing some Minecraft, and he's one of my teammates, and he's fantastic. So I'm going to send you guys over there now. But thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you very much to everybody for watching the stream. Thanks for keeping me funded. And I will see you guys tomorrow, bright and early. Normal time, normal place, normal channel, yada yada. Have a good night, friends. Take care of yourselves. Say something nice to somebody, and go get some fresh air at some point, yeah? Cheers.